Eh, sì, adesso che
Mama, so accessing it. So accessing it. Because you busy last since busy preparing the Sunday. It's a host Sunday. So we push you between preparation and coach.
Our interns are here for experiential.
Introducing Honorable MMC for Corporate and Shared Services, Councillor Loyiso Masuku. I welcome all of you invited guests, esteemed speakers, members of staff, all protocol observed. I would like to begin the program by also introducing myself. I'm Sugoli Chenyasi, and I'll be a program director for this morning. And we'll take this time to sing the national anthem, and then we'll also observe a moment of silence for all the people who've lost, the victims who've lost to this pandemic of gender-based violence. Can you stand, please? Time to observe clinical studies in the last pandemic. Okay, thank you, ladies. So let me just reintroduce myself again. My name is Suwolu Kenyati, and I'm your program director throughout the day. I'm no stranger to the city of Johannesburg. Years ago, before when I was an analyst, I'm an analyst by profession and a writer by passion. That's what I call myself. Years ago, when I was an analyst, I did some consulting work with the Department of Economic Development. I worked on the decking project, which was we were trying to see how we could deck the railway, in Brompton area to build a deck over the railway lines and build the city over it. I don't know if some of you may have been privy to that study. But I retired from corporate life when I turned 40, that was in 2018, and to focus on my writing career. So I write full time now, and I've got 4 best-selling novels. So I write as junior, so some of you might have come across my work, and you'll also see my books. I've put some of them in the room. But my books, in writing my books, I've been very intentional in highlighting the theme of gender-based violence. So I've written 3 non-fiction novels, and all of them speak to aspects of gender-based violence. And then I edited an anthology titled "When Secrets Become Stories When You Speak Out," and that's non-fiction accounts from women who have suffered gender-based violence. And I always say gender-based violence is an equal opportunity offender. We are all vulnerable. None of us are immune. And in the book, I chronicle stories from childhood through the teenage years to adulthood. And I also we look at gender-based violence, not just in the home, in schools, in the workplace. And it's a book that is supposed to empower women. Because the biggest thing when it comes to gender-based violence is women are afraid to speak out. There's a lot of shame surrounding gender-based violence. And so by reading other accounts of survivors, we don't call them victims because they've survived and they've lived to tell these stories, and that's why we say women speak out. And so today we are going to give heart to this rather serious pandemic that is affecting the country. And we've got a program lined up, a nice program lined up for you. I know it's a very somber topic, and I'm thankful that there are also men in the room today, because oftentimes when we have these conversations, men are absent. So I'm looking also forward to hearing men weighing in on the subject and giving us their own contributions. So without holding back and further ado, we will begin with the program. Let me invite our first I try to invite
Thank you, Ms. Nakosa.
Good morning, and thank you for that, Sue. and I'm definitely going to grab one of the books because I think things that are written are very important. You get to get with what the writer was intending to send as a message, and it also gives you perspective on experiences of other people. So thank you for that. Let me acknowledge the acting GED, Mr. Lucas, in the Leadership Services Department, and acknowledge senior management from Metropolitan Live, especially Mr. Teresa Amshukwana. Thank you so much. It's always lovely for the support that you give to the city of Johannesburg, and it's always very consistent. We truly appreciate your support. Let me also acknowledge University of Johannesburg, Prof. Cornel Davis. Thank you so much, as well as senior officials. And I know there was also someone connected online. You are also acknowledged. Thank you so much. And everyone else who is listening, and to those who have joined us in the room, you are most welcome. I think I will call you champions because weighing in and having conversations about gender-based violence is very important because you're contributing to getting rid of scourge in our society. And it's an honor to welcome all of you in this important event and gathering because we are about raising awareness on gender-based violence. I think the theme was articulated for this year. It's 30 years of advancing collective action and end violence against women and children. And today, I think we must all agree that it's important for us to stand united, not only as a community, but as advocates for change, with a shared commitment to end the cycle of violence that affects thousands of us in our homes, in our communities, and sometimes in places where we should be feeling most safe. Gender-based violence is a violation of one's human rights, and I think it's important that as individuals, as families, we also forget the cultural stereotypes and look at the aspect of human rights. Because more often people want to hide behind cultural stereotypes, which have very devastating, lasting effect on individuals, be it male or female. And I think 30 years later, while some progress has been made to fight and eradicate gender-based violence, there's still much more that needs to be done by each of us, individually and collectively. And we cannot afford to be complacent in the face of these atrocities. We read about it every day. We also sometimes know and witness, but we don't speak out or advocate. You know your neighbor or your colleague comes to work wearing double base makeup, but you don't inquire, why do you double base your makeup on other days, but on other months your makeup is not double based? And then, so you should probably, if you're a supervisor or a manager or a colleague, be concerned about those things. We are not interfering in anybody's life, but you need to have a conversation with a person that you think is affected. It starts there. In your community, if you know there's a neighbor who needs help, you are supposed to be, as a person who is a member of society, say, I think there's a problem. Do you want to talk about this? Of course, other people will take time, but you have to take an initiative to help a person because other people can't rise and help themselves. So that's why I'm saying it's both individual and the collective efforts that we need to be able to deal with because there's impact. A young boy who witnesses his or her, or girl witnessing his or her mom being beat up growing up. It's a vicious cycle. When they are older, they think that is the right way to do things. When they marry your daughter or someone else's child, it's because we kept quiet. So we need to start having those. You're not interfering in anybody's family life, but you're contributing and actually building and correcting challenges that are faced in society, so that we end this vicious cycle. So this event is not only just about awareness, but it's also about action, which is what I was talking about. Yes, now that you are aware, what do you do in your community? What do you do with your colleague? So let us also give a voice to survivors and support those who need us. And sometimes it may not be physical, sometimes it may be emotional, sometimes it may be psychological, in the form of verbal. Now you witness somebody, their work is deteriorating. They don't dress up when they come to work. They're just always sloppy. They don't put an effort. Yes, they're not being physically abused, but there's something wrong that is happening. And those are the kind of things that you are supposed to pick up as colleagues or as friends or as neighbors in your environment, because that abuse is actually very also traumatic. And I'm sure the experts that are our speakers, they will be able to articulate more on those particular effects. I think how we become part of the solution is the point that today my message is about, yes, this is about awareness, but action is what is required. Action to make sure that we are part and parcel of the solution. So as we engage in today's discussions and activities, I encourage each one of you to listen deeply, reflect on the stories and experiences that you share, think about the role that you can play in creating a world free from violence. And remember that it's not only the responsibility of those directly affected, but of each and every one of us to take a stand against GBV and femicide. And also allow those who have, I mean, there are many cases of GBV against the LGBTQIA+ community. And those are people who have made a choice. Our constitution allows the Bill of Rights, and we must also create safe spaces for the LGBTQIA+ community in our workplace as well and at home. Together, we can make a difference by stepping up and unmasking the hidden pandemic of abuse. And I think your presence is highly appreciated. Thank you so much for taking the effort and the time to come and have these conversations, as well as the people that are connected online. And we have to put that energy in the work that we do to challenge the harmful norms. We can, because we have to, South Africa is a very diverse country. We have an opportunity to challenge the diverse norms, the harmful norms, and foster that culture of respect and quality for all. And when we say about respect and quality for all, it also links back to the issue of respecting people's choices. I thank you so much, and I wish you fruitful engagement. And once more, it is an important activity for all of us to contribute into the 60 days of violence against women and children. And I appreciate that this has been organized by the team Lucas, Bennett, and your team. Keep on doing what is expected of us in ensuring that we engage in this difficult conversation. Also, in the sector of transforming and dealing with the issues of women, children, people living with disabilities, LGBTQI community. And I think the work that you continue to do is highly appreciated. And I wish you all the best. I will connect online when I join, because I'm going to another meeting in Pretoria. But I thought, even if I arrive late for that meeting, let me start here to come and honor this very significant and important engagement. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, MMC, for that address, which highlighted that a lot of the violence takes place in our homes. Our homes are supposed to be the safest places, but normally they've become battlegrounds. And also the other thing that MMC highlighted is that we need to have action-based responses. It's not enough just to be aware of what are we doing in our individual capacity. And also she highlighted that abuse is not just physical. There's verbal and financial abuse, the different types of abuse, and emotional abuse. So we must also be aware of the different types of abuse that are happening. And so now I'm going to call on our next speaker, Giselle Lemay of the DSM Foundation. Giselle has a very interesting personal story. She has actually experienced gender-based violence in her own personal capacity. And she's used that experience to empower others who have survived gender-based violence. And she works to empower marginalized communities and advocate, for people who've been harmed in gender-based violence. And beyond this, she also has built a thriving career in the construction and building maintenance sector. And so we welcome this visionary and Bobodo. Please come forward, Giselle Lemay. Thank you. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow advocates, and the MMC, fellow Loyiso. Today, as we come together for the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we are reminded of the agency to stand up, to speak up, and demand justice. We gather with one common purpose: to challenge the cultural practices that normalize gender-based violence and femicide, and to also address the far-reaching psychological impact that violence has on its victims. We live in a world shaped by harmful cultural practices and trust patriarchal system and deeply ingrained gender stereotypes. This forces not only for the persistence of gender inequalities, but also make it difficult for the victims to find support, healing, or justice. It is time for all of us to examine these practices and recognize how they normalize violence, especially against women, and how it devastates the mental health of those affected. Challenging harmful cultural practices. Patriarchy, which places men in position of power and authority, is one of the most significant contributors of the prevalence of GBV. Patriarchy teaches us that men are the dominant force in public and private life, and also in government spaces, with women often related to subsistent roles. In many societies, these power dynamics are deeply embedded in the fabric of culture as they go unchallenged. This structure upholds the idea that men are entitled to control women, their bodies, and their lives. Cultural practices such as paying lobono or bride price illustrate this powerful imbalance. In this tradition, women are viewed as properly to be agents by their groom. The belief that a man owes his wife once lobola is paid leads to an atmosphere of entitlement, where abuse is tolerated and where a man's worth is reduced to a role as a caregiver and homemaker. In many cases, This leaves women vulnerable to mistreatment, as they are taught that their submission is expected and their voice is not valued. Similarly, harmful practice like Utwala, the abduction and forced marriage of young girls, continue to affect the lives of many young women in our communities. Under the gaze of culture, these practices perpetuate rape, strip girls, and their right to self-determination and freedom. This forced marriages subject young women to unimaginable abuse or often trap them in a cycle of violence that they have no means of escaping. The role of toxic masculinity. One of the most insidious cultural influences that sustain GBV is toxic masculinity. The term refers to a set of societal expectations that dictate how men should behave. And unfortunately, these expectations are often rooted in violence, domination, and control. Toxic masculinity promotes the idea that the real man is aggressive, dominant, and sexual power. This concept not only harms women but also negatively impact men as they too are forced to live up to these unrealistic, harmful ideas. From an early age, boys are socialized to believe that manhood is synonymous with power, control, and toughness. Phrases like men don't cry or be a man teach boys to suppress emotion and to be vulnerable. Boys are encouraged to be competitive, to be the providers, to take charge, and often these ideas are associated with physical and sexual aggression. In many societies, manhood is measured by a man's ability to control women, to assert dominance in relationships, and to prove his sexual prowess. This narrow definition of masculinity laid the groundwork for emotional negligence and violence. As a result, men are under constant pressure to conform to these expectations. This socialization leads many men to associate violence with power and sexual aggression with respect. When men fail to meet these ideals, they may feel insecure or threatened, which can lead to destructive behavior, including physical violence, coercion, and sexual assault. Men who are taught to educate manhood with domination often have difficult forming healthy, respectful relationships, and the impact of their mental health can be just as damaging as it is for women. These stereotypes of manhood, how they fuel gender-based violence. The stereotypes of manhood extend far beyond physical strength of sexual roles. Many societies place immense value on men as providers, protectors, and warriors. They believe that men must always be breadwinners, that he must constantly prove his strength, and that he should never show weaknesses, forces men into boxes that limit their emotional expression and their ability to emphasize. In this context, real men are expected to have three sexual partners, to be dominant in their relationship, and to always be in control. A man who fails to adhere to these ideas might be ridiculed or shamed, creating an environment where violence is used as a tool to assert power and control. These stereotypes tell men that they are defined by the ability to dominate, to provide, and to protect, but not the ability to communicate, to nurture, or to protect others. Furthermore, the toxic predator because the stereotypes also harms both men and women. It leads to reckless behavior, including substance abuse, dangerous sexual practices, and unwillingness to seek help for mental health issues. Men who have socialized into these stereotypes often find themselves trapped in a cycle of violence, feeling that they must prove their masculinity through domination and control. Exploring the psychological impact of GBV on conflicts. The consequences of gender-based violence are not just physical, they are profoundly psychological. Victims of GBV carry scars that cannot be seen, but felt. The trauma of being abused, assaulted, violated can destroy a person's self-worth, trust, and security. For survivors, the psychological toll is often long-lasting, affecting every aspect of their lives. Take, for example, the tragic case of Kensani Maseko, who took her own life after being raped by her boyfriend. This is not an isolated incident. The emotional and mental scars of abuse are often so overwhelming that they lead to depression, anxiety, and in some cases, suicide. Rape, for instance, leave lasting scar that can go far beyond injury. Victims often struggle with feeling of shame, guilt, and worthlessness, and many find it difficult to trust others, even those who care about them. The psychological aftermath of GBV can manifest in many ways. Victims often experience a loss of self-esteem and may develop post-traumatic disorder, the PTSD. They may feel isolated, unable to reach out to support due to fear of blame or stigmatized. Some survivors may turn to substances like alcohol or drugs to cope with the emotional pain. Others may find themselves stuck in abusive relationships, feeling as though they are not worthy of love or respect. The cycle of femicide, the ultimate consequence of gender-based violence. Femicide, the brutal killing of women by intimate partners or family members, are the most tragic and extreme manifestation of gender-based violence. But even in death, the pain and suffering caused by femicide does not end. The families and communities left behind to suffer. The grief losing a loved one to violence is compounded by the emotional destruction that follows. We have seen this firsthand in the stories of women like Hannah, Cornelius, Anne Boisens, and Anna Zuko. The murder of these women was not only senseless act of violence, but also lasting scars on their families. In some cases, the emotional devastation was too intense that is so intense that family members are unable to cope with the loss took their own lives. This is aftermath of gender-based violence. It destroys not only the victim but the entire community. Ending the cycle, a call of action. As we must seek the less of activism against gender-based violence, let us remember that the time for change is now. We must challenge the harmful cultural practices that normalize violence. We must tear down the stereotype of masculinity that encourage men to view women as inferior and to see violence as a means of control. We must fight for society where both women and men are free to express their humanity without fear of abuse or violence. It is not enough to simply acknowledge the problem. We must act. We must demand legal reforms, raise support systems for survivors, and educate our communities about the danger of patriarchal system and toxic masculinity. We must create a world where every woman can walk through the world safely, where every girl can grow up without fear, and where men are free to embrace health and respectful masculinity. To the survivors of gender-based violence, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. Let us unite to end this crisis, to stop the cycle of violence, and to ensure that the next generation lives in a world of equality, respect, and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow advocates, it is both humbling and painful to stand before you today as a survivor of gender-based violence and femicide. Domestic violence, actually. I say painful because the scars of my experience, both physical and emotional, are something that I carry with me every single day. But I'm here to share my story, not because I woke up one day and decided to go and open an NPO for abused women and children. I am here because of the pain that I feel inside. The anger, the trauma, the devastation that I experienced, not just from violence itself, but from the betrayal of trust of my sons. The reality of GBV and power inequalities. Gender-based violence is the stark power inequalities that exist between women and men. In our world today, women and girls are still more likely to be victims of gender-based violence. This is the harsh reality that we face. The feeling of constant vulnerability, of not knowing if we will make it home alive. It is frightening to think that you may not get home one day. This thought, this fear, is something I know so well. The violence I endured didn't just leave me with physical scars. It left me with chronic pain, both in my body and in my soul. I'm permanently living with the aftermath of injuries I sustained when I was violently abused. A tendon in my right hand was cut in 2006, and despite ongoing 2 severe operations, the pain never went away. As I grow older, the pain deteriorates. And in every single second feels like a reminder of what I have survived. I tried to apply for disability support years ago at SASA, but I also got rejected by my own family. They told me that you're not disabled, you're just living with chronic pain. My business was affected by the lockdown, and I faced unpaid work again after surrendering to the same municipality that I worked so hard for until this very day. Then I asked myself when the SASA rejected me, what is disability? It is not a condition of body or mind impairment that makes it difficult for a person with the condition to do some certain activities and interact with the world around them. How do you measure the pain of living with injury that never truly heals? To cope, I resorted to even using that to suppress the pain and be able to sleep at night. Because the pain tablets simply did not work. They are not working. I stopped after I'd been hearing some of the house robots at home, and then I realized that I really need to be sober to protect my children. I have no choice but to enjoy the pain until the last day on this earth. The lasting impact of abuse. The violence at home didn't only leave me with disability on my hand, it also left me with chronic ankle pain after I twisted my ankle while fleeing from my ex-abusive husband, who was a prison warder, who was also an official, who is still actually an official government official. That injury worsened also as I grew older, and the violence did not stop there. I was pushed to the ground, face first into the driver, leaving me without a tool. But the deepest scars were not physical, they were emotional. The violence I endured affected my daughter severely. I was beaten in front of her, and it shattered her sense of safety and self-worth. She struggled with self-esteem, falling behind in school and facing a battle of mental health, and I could not protect her from her. The most painful loss, however, was the murder of my best friend. She too was married to a prison warder, and we both lived in prison premises. Prison premises is a very small, isolated community. At 25 years, her fiancé, fueled by jealousy and drugs, went to sign for a gun at community corrections and ended her life in front of the daughter in the family. Her death was a brutal reminder of the deadly consequence of unchecked violence. Escape and survival. I was fortunate to escape my abusive environment and sought a refuge at NISA, a shelter for women and children abused in the major suburb. I stayed there for the period of 3 months. It's the maximum time allowed for women like all the shelters. But what happens after that? After leaving the safety of shelter, where do we go? Without adequate resources, without training, ongoing support, many vulnerable women find themselves trapped in cycle of violence once again. Victims know that they can die at any time. They are afraid and may turn to the abusers because they feel there is nowhere to turn to. I remember telling my psychologist, it makes no difference to come here for a therapy because it doesn't change. Whether I stay or leave is going to kill me. Their response was simple. Which one do you choose this healing? Because now you know. I decided to take risks, and one day I left. And every day I thank God for sustaining me through that decision. The stigma and the journey forward. Leaving the shelter was not safe. I faced societal rejection, stigma from friends, family, and the isolation of not having enough support. The shelter provided only basic needs, and the shelter with no resources for skills development or emotional healing. But it was there, in that lonely space, that I realized that I was on my own. If I wanted to survive, I had to be strong. I had to make the choice to stay and let the violence kill me, or to live and rebuild my life. I chose to live. And so I started my small business. I didn't rely on a man anymore. I became independent. I refused to be a victim of my own circumstances. I upskilled myself in a different field where I was passionate about despite my background. I realized that there was no barrier to empowerment. The government wanted to empower women, that's what I heard, and I saw myself as one of those women because they never said what background, which education they were looking for. I had no formal education or experience, but I didn't let that stop me. I worked hard, and my breakthrough came when I ventured in construction and cleaning. As I moved forward, my anger slowly subsided. I started to heal, acceptance, forgiving my ex-husband. Those things allowed me to reclaim my power. I refused to be a victim of my own circumstances. But I never, even back and empowering others, but I never forgot where I came from. I knew the pain and struggle of other women who were trapped in abusive situations. And I made it to my mission to give back. My journey led me to male prisons, where I wanted to understand the mind of the perpetrators. What is it that women are doing so wrong that led them to abuse us? What could be done to prevent it? This work was not just about raising awareness with the inmates, but also finding the root causes of gender-based violence and creating tools for prevention. I also returned to the shelter, remember, where I once stayed, to go encourage and motivate the women with my story, and also to tell them they are not alone. I donated some of their needs and shared my experiences with them to show that there is life beyond violence. I chose to celebrate my birthday. In the very place that had once been my refuge, to honor those women who are fighting for their survival. Though my business has been affected by economic struggle, I continue my work through healing programs in collaboration with the City of Johannesburg Social Development. Thank you, City. I run awareness campaigns of gender-based violence throughout the year and also focus on pillar number 5 of National Strategic Plan, which is economic power for women. My upcoming event of 60 days of activism is starting tomorrow. We have reduced height and dialogue and prevail, and we will also be hosting the last one on the 5th of December, which is women economy, picnic on women economy, and also dialogue positively. A final call for action. As I continue to heal, to give back, I remain committed to breaking the cycle of violence by helping others with the help that I never got. But we must do more. We need to do more research from the victims and perpetrators, more empowerment tools for survivors, more ongoing support for victims, empower youth, boys and girls, capacitate. Government needs to capacitate us, capacitate the NGOs that are dealing with the gender-based violence, and also fund us, because without resources, really there's not much that we can achieve. We need a society we need a society that doesn't blame victims, but one that holds abusers accountable. To every woman and man who is suffering, you are not alone. Your pain is valid. Your strength is greater than you know. Together, we'll continue to fight balance until it's no longer giving a space for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Selene, for that touching account. I think in her speech, Gisele highlighted some very important things surrounding gender-based violence. There's always that tension for most women who want to leave. Some are not financially independent, and so that keeps them trapped in that situation. There's not enough support for victims who also seek to leave. So it takes so much courage for victims to finally take that step and move out of that kind of situation. And I'm delighted to see that the state is paying it forward by giving support to other victims who are now, survivors, because that's what it's about.
What is gender-based?
We all can do in our various circles different advocacy to help the next person, because you don't know what the next person is sitting with or struggling with. And so, I mean, as Gisela highlighted, the trauma, the wounds that people are carrying, sometimes they don't show on their face. Sometimes they deep inside. And people are taking different things as coping mechanisms, which can also be harmful. So we need to also be very kind and considerate towards each other. We don't know what the next person is going through. So just be kind to every person you meet. And so, after that heavy, discourse, I think, we'll just turn to the visual medium, just listen to some poetry, watch a video. Yeah, it's a video. Thank you.
Gender-based violence, or GBV, is one of the most common and widespread human rights violations. GBV is violence directed against someone on the basis of their gender or sex, which results in physical, sexual, or psychological harm. These acts violate an individual's human rights. GBV is most commonly perpetrated by men against women, girls, and other vulnerable people. However, men can also be victims of gender violence. Who are the perpetrators? Non-partner violence is violence inflicted by someone you do not know well, like strangers, acquaintances, or colleagues. However, violence is generally perpetrated by someone you are close to. This is known as interpersonal violence, which is perpetrated by either a friend or a family member. Intimate partner violence is perpetrated by someone you are in an intimate partner relationship with, a lover, spouse, or an ex-partner. What are the different types of violence? Physical violence is the intentional use of physical force or threats of violence. From a pinch to a punch, any act or threat of violence is damaging, whether the damage can be seen or not. Sexual violence is forcing, intimidating, or even tricking someone to engage in any sexual act against their will. Any sexual act with someone who is unable to understand what they're doing or is unable to consent because of their age, an illness, disability, or the influence of alcohol or other drugs is sexual violence. Forcing a lover or spouse to engage in sexual acts is a form of sexual violence, either called marital rape or intimate partner rape. Sexual harassment is also a form of sexual violence that can either be verbal or physical. It occurs in private and public spaces, such as schools, workplaces, in the streets, and on public transport. Economic violence involves denying a person access to their money, economic activity, or other basic needs by either controlling their finances or stopping them from achieving financial independence. All these forms of violence may lead to emotional and physical trauma. Emotional violence can also include verbal abuse, humiliation, and controlling what a person can and cannot do. Emotional and economic violence are as equally damaging and disempowering as sexual and physical violence. These types of violence are often misunderstood or ignored by people, even those we turn to for help, like the police, the courts, and other support structures. No matter who you are, where you live, or who is inflicting it, GBV is never acceptable.
Okay, so we'll continue with the program. Now I'm going to call upon Ms. Patricia Nyamandi, Director of Legal Services, and she will be giving us the legal framework on gender-based violence, understanding laws and policies that protect us against gender-based violence, its prevalence, and societal impacts. So are you going to come up or are you going to? She's not here. I guess we'll move on to the next item of the program. So I'm going to call on Seko's Choi. Seko is probably not a stranger to many of you. He's in the multimedia space, and you probably know him through the Heartlines program, which has done a lot of work, visual stuff on television to highlight issues on gender-based violence. And you're currently flighting a new series about absent fathers and the impact this has on children. Can we kindly welcome Seko onto the stage?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. How are we? I'm good. I hope we had our cup of coffee. If not, there's some coffee there. Yeah. The name is Seko Sipole. I work for a multimedia NGO called Heartlines. Some of you may know our work. You know Soul City very well. So that's where that's who we are to a certain extent. But now, Heartlines is a values promotion NGO, and we are currently working on our most recent campaign, which is called Fathers Matter. And Fathers Matter looks at the importance of the father's involvement in the life of the child. One of the things we have discovered in our research is having mothers as gatekeepers in terms of access. So we are not saying that their father is important by virtue of them just being fathers, but we are saying you're important in the life of the child. So the heart of Fathers Matter is the child, not necessarily the dad. And you can just go on our website to get some information on that. Also, just to share, those who also know I run. I'm a runner, so if you have time, you can go on Twitter now, and there's a hashtag called MyActive16. So MyActive16, this is a group of runners, a community of runners saying we are committing 16 days, or in us getting within 16 days of activism, we're saying we are committing to running 6 kilometers, 10 kilometers, or 16 kilometers on a daily basis for the next 16 days. And that's one of the efforts that we are making in that space. Right? So yeah, let me get to what I've been assigned to do. So I've been given the task or the theme, men as allies, engaging men in the conversation about preventing gender-based violence. And I think for me, the interesting word there was the term ally, engaging men as allies. And I hope I am able to make justice to this. I am not going to present any data, just so you know. So don't expect numbers, not my job today. But I want us to look at the term ally. So when you look at the term ally or allies, it is mostly used in a military context, right? So meaning, one, if any country would define itself as an ally, it then needs to acknowledge its privilege. So let's look at BRICS, for example. We're having countries within the BRICS network who are saying, this is what we have and this is what we're good at. Us having what we have and being good at it, how do we then come together in order to build whatever that needs to be built? So it is very important to understand that when you are an ally, the most important thing that you need to consider is to acknowledge your privilege. Now, how does this make sense within our context? As a man, whatever you do, wherever you do it, it is very important for you to acknowledge your privilege. And none of the privileges that you may have, the fact that you have power, physical power, you have access to resources. And because we don't have certain qualities, we tend to mismanage or misuse some of the things that we've been privileged to have access to. Now, I'm going to just focus on 4 components, and I won't take long. So how do we then build or rather, how do we network men in particular to become allies, especially in the fight, or rather in the focus of fighting gender-based violence? Number one, it is very important for us as men and as a community to have a conversation about character. One of the things that we do so well as human beings is to generally invest in what we do instead of investing in who we are. When men don't have intentional conversations about character, we are going to see the results somewhere in their life. If you cannot teach Tepo as a young person, who Tepo needs to be in the dark, Tepo will be exposed in the light. So the issue of gender-based violence, it is a result of us not being intentional with dealing with the person, but we are so obsessed with dealing with who, or rather what people are. So it is very important for us to question the element of character. In the dark, who is Tepo? Now, once we have made that assessment of building character and investing in character, and we are very confident that this person has good character, whether publicly or also in private, the next thing that is going to follow is confidence. I may say something that's very offensive. I always say to my friends, I don't understand why when I'm at the club, I see a man who's 50 years old and is children. Where's that now? Then you are going to prove, you want to prove to me that you can buy this. I'm like, no man, go issue your confidence at home. Go home. Right? One of the challenges when we don't develop and invest in character, we then get to bring men who lack confidence. Now, if I don't have confidence in who I am, I have to show you my confidence in order. And unfortunately, from a social perspective and also in relationships, if I can't reason, if I'm in a relationship with you and I can't reason, I have to reason. Because this is where I'm able to portray my confidence, right? So us investing in character, especially as men and women, allows us to breed a generation that's confident. And we are not confident in what we do, but we become confident in who we are. And whether or not I may not have the cars or I may not have the houses, but I know who I am. It's built from a strong foundation. I have character, and I'm very confident about who I am. But also beyond that, we need to have men who are confident that when this is wrong, it is wrong. We don't need to negotiate it. We don't need to think about it. When it is wrong, it is wrong. One of the things that I always encourage men, also encourage myself to do that when you are in a space and you are often ridiculed for what you believe, don't wait, stand there. And the problem about the society now is that when you stand for something, there is a huge potential or possibility that you will be treated as an outcast. And I always say, when you are confident in what you believe in, stand for it, even if you are standing at home.
Yes.
If I have to lose friends and I have to lose opportunities because of what I believe in, let it be. Because we can't be breeding a generation that will hold in high regard the idea of compromises in sense, or rather in the sake of relevance. And unfortunately, that's what happens when we are gathered in opportunities and men. Our conversations are always superficial. Why? Because we are always compromising the truth. Because I want to be relevant. The last, one of the things that we need to do in order for us to establish a good and positive ally as men in fighting gender-based violence is to be intentional with our collaboration. And the idea of collaboration looks at how do I play a role in mentoring the next generation and becoming impactful in it. Most of us who are here, and I know this would be a big assumption, but I think a number of us who are here, we grew up in the township, right? So there's this term called khutman.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what does the khutman do? So khutman stands there, and number one, usually someone would perceive as a khutman as someone who's achieved, right? The cars that are in the life. And we aspire to be like that. Only when you grow, you realize that actually the majority of the khutmans that we like are not people who are good friends with society. No, they don't play that safe. But this is what happened. Tebo is, let's say, 7 years old, is going to buy bread at the corner, or going to buy bread at the puzzle shop or at the store. On his way to buying bread, there are other older Tepos who are standing at the corner, right? And as Tepo is going to buy bread, then maybe Vanessa is also there, right? Tepo is 7, he's naive. But while Tepo is there, Vanessa is there, the khutmans who are at the corner, what are they doing? They are making comments about Vanessa. They're speaking about her body, right? They are talking about how she looks. Now, Tepo goes to the corner store almost on a daily basis and is hearing this thing almost on a daily basis, which means it's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Now, Tepo goes to school. What does Tepo do when he goes to school? He gets to school, he sees a kid here, he makes part of reference. Oh, she has a body like that, right? Oh, she looks like, right? And then he starts making the comments that Khutman made. Now you then get to realize that the idea of over-sexualizing has been moved from the community space to the school. It becomes normal. Somebody leaves the schooling space, he then goes to university. He leaves university, gets into the corporate space. But where did it start? In the hood. It started Khutman. A challenge to us men is to look at ourselves and say, what image are we portraying to the younger generation that's coming after us? What words are we saying to women when we are around our sons, when we are around our mentees, when we are around our juniors? What comments are we making about our female or woman colleagues whenever we're in the working space? And with this, I'm challenging us to then say more than anything, it is very important for us to be intentional in our conversations to say, how do we build and challenge character? That the Tepo who's standing here with you today, we are very confident that is the same Tepo who's at home. How do we get to a point where we build confidence that even when Tepo is in spaces that challenges who he is confident enough to stand up for who he is, without having to use physical power. But also, how do we create an environment whereby Tepo is competent to be able to do life with the society that he finds himself in? And lastly, how do we make sure that Tepo is intentional with collaborating with other men in becoming effective men in society and becoming effective. Lastly, as I close, there's this illustration I like making. When you take a seed and you plant the tree, it grows. And you then expect the tree to bear fruits. And we then expect the tree to provide shade and also provide certain resources like the daytime. But here's one beautiful thing you need to learn about the tree. There's no time where the tree will benefit from its own shade. Nor will the same tree eat from its own fruit. Man, it is high time we become intentional by living a life that's far beyond us. Because by the investments that we make, we must be okay with not eating the fruits thereof. Because if we really want to end gender-based violence, we need to be able to see a gender-based violence free South Africa without us. Because this is not going to be an overnight fight. So I'd like to leave it there, and I do hope we keep the conversation going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Seko, for that engaging and provocative discussion on men as allies, engaging in the conversation. I think Seko left all the men in this room with the challenge that if we are going to end this fight about gender-based violence, men need to be intentional as well and purposeful. And it's important, character building is a point that you raised, how we raise our children as well. Our sons, they are going to be the men of tomorrow. So attention is also needed there, and also teaching them how to be men without needing to be defined by external factors. Everything is internal. And a lot of the things that are done is because a lot of men seek external validation. And also I like that you raised the issue of privilege. In society, a lot of us don't want to give up our privilege, and male privilege is one of those. The patriarchy has traditionally supported male privilege, which is why we struggle to dismantle violence against women, because of the privilege that men enjoy. And so, and thirdly, I'd like that you stayed away from the statistics, because I think, yes, we're all aware of the escalating numbers, but I feel like sometimes numbers are the way we relate to UBV, right? We mustn't forget these are people, those statistics are people, and we must always humanize the violence against those victims. They're just not numbers. And so thank you so much, Seko, for that profound discussion that you gave. And so next, I'm going to invite Rochelle Kester. She's online. She's be joining us from online. She's a poet, performer, and an LGBTIQA+ activist. And she's going to speak to us not just about violence against the LGBTIQA+ community, but also within that community there is intimate partner violence and other forms of violence that she will go into. Rochelle Kester has done a lot of advocacy and activism in this space. She has been a hate crime manager and also worked in the Forum for the Empowerment of Women as Advocates with advocacy for women. And so with not much ado, I'm going to switch online and invite her into this discussion. Thank you. Thank you for the technical bit.
Able to hear me? Hello? Hi, I'm just checking.
Reminds us of the COVID days. Morning.
Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I was just wondering for a bit. Okay, I'm going to be sharing my screen. Whilst I do that, everybody, I just wanted to give you a bit of context to the work that we do. And so, in essence, I work for an organization called Forum for the Empowerment of Women. We also known as FEW for short. We deal with a LBQ constituency. We work particularly in Gauteng, but then also we work regionally as well in the SADC region. Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
Hi there.
We can see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. I'm not sure. It seems that I was muted, everybody. Let me just start over and get my bearings over here. So I was saying that I work for FEW. We deal with Black, lesbian, bisexual women in Gauteng, but then also in the Northwest, Limpopo, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. We also work regionally, and we work with various government departments to bring awareness to LGBTI issues. But then, in addition to that, also to look at preventative and also um, reactive measures in relation to hate crimes. So I'm just going to go through a few things that I think is pertinent to this particular conversation. And I would be happy to answer any questions going forward. So, just in terms of sexual and gender based violence, I think the scope in South Africa, particularly with the NSP, focuses in relation to women and children, but often neglected is LBQ women, that is lesbian, bisexual, and queer women, and also queer children within the space of the National Strategic Plan. And so, if we look at the National Strategic Plan, it's very obvious that LGBTI people are included in the actual plan, but that does not necessarily always translate to service delivery or implementation. So the scope of sexual and gender-based violence, particularly for LGBTI people, falls predominantly within these three categories. The first being domestic violence. And when we speak about domestic violence, usually people think in terms of same-sex couples, men abusing women, but I also do want to say within the home environment, we have cases of parents who are abusive to children. We know that's a form of domestic violence. We also have landlords who are also discriminatory to their tenants if they are LGBTIQA+. And then, of course, we have intimate partner violence as well, where same-sex couples do experience violence in intimate partner relationships, whether it be current partners or previous partners. And then the big one, and usually the understated means of violence in terms of GBV against LGBTI people, which is hate crimes. And hate crimes are based on persons' sexual orientation, so who they are in relationships with, their gender identity, how they identify as either woman, men, non-binary, gender non-conforming, and then also sex characteristics. And we know intersex people fall into this category where the biological traits do not necessarily conform to that of female and male, right? So I just wanted to give you a scope of what hate crimes look like in South Africa. We have had so many murders, so many rapes, so many cases of sexual assault, and more recently, we're dealing with a very dangerous syndicate that is operating, particularly in Gauteng and the Western Cape, that have been kidnapping people on an app called Grindr. And they're targeting specifically LGBTI people. They hold them captive. They assault them physically, and then more than that, they then extort them for money and even blackmail them, threatening to then disclose their orientation or their gender identity. So I just wanted to give you a view of these 6 people. In 2020, during COVID, we had about 30 murders, 23 to 30 murders across the country. And it was very difficult at that point in time because firstly, COVID restrictions made it very difficult for us to communicate and then also create referral pathways. But of course, there was also just this overwhelming feeling in the country at the moment that anybody could be next, because we were dealing with at least 2 murders in every province for an entire year. So there was a lot of mourning, a lot of grief. And so I wanted to display these pictures. We ran a campaign at that point in time, and we had about 23 victims of murder specifically, right? And so these 6 faces represent some of the more well-known murders of LGBTI people in the last few years. We can estimate that there are many more murders of LGBTI people that have not been reported, and such, therefore, the real picture of violence is not really known. There's also a high rate of other kinds of lethal violences, which I'll take you through, and non-violent discrimination that happens and that is never reported. But these faces not only represent the victims of hate crimes, but also the families, the friends, and the loved ones who has had people that they value stolen from them, right? So I want to get into what a hate crime is. So a hate crime has 2 parts. The first thing is that is the commission of a crime. So it means it's illegal. It's against the law. It's not supposed to happen. Then the second part of a hate crime is that it's a crime committed motivated by the person's membership of a specific group. In this context, I'm going to be speaking specifically about hate crimes in relation to LGBTIQA plus persons, right? So when someone is assaulted because they are a gay man or a trans woman, the hate crime is perpetuated against them because of their orientation or their gender identity. So currently in South Africa, we have hate crime law, and I should actually edit the slide. Most recently, last year, President Ramaphosa assented the Hate Crime and Hate Speech Act in South Africa. This act we've been lobbying it for about 16 years now in the country. However, the difficulty is that when it comes to implementation, there hasn't really been measures and means that this legislation has been propagated into law. So this means that while the act exists, the practicalities in terms of all of the government departments, such as SAPS, the National Prosecuting Authority, DSD, the Department of Health, and anybody that is involved in actions related to victim and survivor stakeholder engagements have not yet been onboarded as to how this particular act is supposed to be expedited, because we're still in the process of doing so. So I wanted to say to you, hate crimes are different than any other crimes and need to be designated as a standalone offense for the following reasons. Hate crimes are different because they are message crimes. So in many cases, the perpetrators are not just sending a particular message to that person, but they want to send it to the entire group. So when a hate crime is committed, they're not just saying to Roche, we are going to attack you because you are a woman walking alone in a township. No, they're going to say, we know about your orientation. We know that you are involved in relationships with women. And so when we attack you, we're not just attacking you, but we're attacking all lesbians. It's a statement crime. In addition to that, what we know about hate crimes is that we experience extreme violence. So often when the bodies are found of LGBTI people that are murdered, the signifiers are that there are extreme cases of violence. So we'll find people that are disemboweled, we'll find people that are tied up, we'll find people that have been mutilated by either objects or weapons, and those are usually also the markers of a hate crime. So sometimes there's also just complete desecration of the body, because the body becomes a symbol of the literal destruction of this person's entire being, whether it is in relation to their sexual orientation or their gender identity. So, like I had said, the true impact of hate crimes really is not known in South Africa, and this is due to underreporting. We have a huge problem with secondary victimization in our country when it comes to accessing services by the state, but then also the court systems and the criminal justice system, holistically speaking. People that work in public service are not often educated in terms of issues around LGBTI persons, and so they often misgender victims. They often ask them inappropriate questions. They often victim blame and ask them, where were you? Why were you there? Why were you walking alone? They neglect the fact that LGBTI persons are a vulnerable group. And so when police, for instance, end up at people's houses and there's a case of intimate partner violence, sometimes they'll ask if it's a same-sex couple that are lesbians, who's the man of the house, knowing full well that there is no male representative in the house. Or in the case of gay men who are in relationships, they'll often ask things like, why didn't you hit back, in terms of cases of domestic violence. So I want to say that another marker of hate crimes is the fact that it's sometimes accompanied by hate speech. And before we had the Hate Crime and Hate Speech Act, one of the markers that we asked victims to report at SAPS was whether hate speech was accompanied during the act of the hate crime. So this is to say, we asked the victims, were you called anything specifically? Did they make any um, commentary on your dress? Did they make any commentary on about the way you present in either a masculine or a feminine way? Because we know once an individual veers away from male as masculine or woman as feminine, they then are seen as something of an obstruction to the norm of how we're supposed to perpetuate gender roles in society, right? So hate speech is the abusive and threatening speech or writing that expresses prejudice against a particular group, including LGBTI persons. Hate speech on its own is a crime at this moment in South Africa, and that in itself can also be taken to various measures of accountability measures like the equality courts to also then try those cases without an actual hate crime happening. So usually hate crimes are accompanied by hate speech, and but I want to say in terms of hate speech, there's a definite discrepancy in South Africa as how hate speech is handled against LGBTI persons, right? We know in South Africa we have tried really hard in terms of racial slurs and racial language to really condemn people who perpetuate those kinds of racist mechanisms. We know cases of Penny Sparrow, of Vicky Momberg, who have been incarcerated because of hateful speech and using derogatory terms in terms of racialization. However, when it comes to LGBTI persons, the law has not been as equitable in the same way. If someone uses slurs like Morphe or Stabani or refers to you in a derogatory way in terms of your orientation or your gender identity, the equity measures and the seriousness to which these measures of hate speech are held to accountability have not been the same in South Africa. So there is still a gap when it comes to ensuring that the law sets a precedent in terms of all demarcations of groups that are vulnerable and that have been historically marginalized. So just to give you a view, in terms of hate crimes, like I said, LGBTI people are not the only people that experience hate crimes. People experience hate crimes on the basis of their nationality, their religion, their race, occupation, ethnicity, disabilities, witchcraft. We also have gender, and then also other things like albinism. But you'll see on this statistical board, the prevalence beyond nationality, which we know xenophobia is a big issue in our country. In addition to that, sexual orientation is next, which speaks volumes to where the focus should be in terms of preventative and reactive measures, right? So now I have spoken about secondary victimization, but I just want to also unpack that this is a definite problem in terms of just reporting in general. We experience mockery and also abuse from service institutions. So we need to also then ensure that there's greater mechanisms of education, of training, of ensuring that people are onboarded as to how to be first responders, particularly to hate crimes in South Africa. So this is a very gruesome view of the prevalence of what it has looked like from about 2005 to 2019 in South Africa. And you'll see when I said that one of the markers are extreme violence, you'd see that, for instance, there's the case in 2007 where someone's house was burnt and they were stripped completely naked in the street. Then we
Excuse
have
me,
cases
Rasha.
where people have been, yes,
Sorry, just to make you aware, your slides are not moving.
are they not showing?
No, they are showing, but they're not moving.
They're not moving. Okay, can you see this current one at the moment? Um, with the homophobic attacks and murders.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, I think maybe I'll just have to do it then manually. Apologies for that, everybody. So yes, this particular slide I was focusing on speaks to the kinds of dangers that LGBTI people have experienced, right? And so we see that there are incidents where people have been stoned, people have been battered with cricket bats, and so these are the extent of the crimes. So I want to go to some of the statistics provided by the Department of Justice. A lot of CSOs in the country work on what's something called the National Task Team, and this consists of CSOs, the National Prosecuting Authority, and then also the South African Police Service, where we monitor hate crimes on a monthly basis. And so these are statistics from October and then also April. So you'll see in April 2024, there were 23 cases of the hate crimes show, and there were 10 on the court show. There were 3 under investigation, and then 1 case, a J50 warrant issued in this case. So I want to give you a review as well to show you the kinds of cases that are being reported. So we've got is at 13 cases. Then we've got contempt of court for those perpetrators that don't show up for court. We've got assault and rape, sexual assault, kidnapping, and assault. This template is definitely not a reflection of the October statistics, right? At present, I know for a fact kidnapping, we have 8 cases in relation to that grinder syndicate that exists that have not been reported. Recently in the Western Cape, we've also just uncovered another 8 cases of kidnapping. So this is what the statistics look like in April. You can see that Gauteng has the most active cases in the country. Right now, there's also a insurgence of cases in the Eastern Cape. We've seen more hate crimes happening there. In Mpumalanga, I want you to look at this, colleagues. I was just there 2 days ago training the provincial task teams on LGBTI rights. And you can see there are no cases reported. And again, when I speak to the civil society organizations on the ground, this is not reflective. Often what happens is because of secondary victimization, those who are victims or survivors, they don't even go to the police stations to report it. So this is completely not reflective of the reality in our country. So I did want to also speak to you about the kind of administrative delays that we have in combating hate crime. So we'll see, for instance, a lot of the issues are in relation to DNA that is outstanding, and this then slows down cases, right? Another problem that we have is toxicology reports. And so we also wait for these things, and we know when in general, when we speak about crimes in South Africa, there's a delay of court cases. But when it comes to hate crimes, we've seen that once a case is reported, then it can take up to 2 to 5 years. Or if there's not really insightful practice by advocates or judges, then they are dismissed immediately, or they are just not granted sentences that fit the crime. So often perpetrators will get bail easily, or they'll be hit by fines that are not incongruent with the actual crime that was committed, right? So I also just wanted to speak to the kinds of hate crimes. We've got robbery and theft, which is the highest mode in terms of perpetuating hate crimes in South Africa. So people would be targeted, for instance, when they come from whatever spaces in the township and then be attacked as groups or kidnapped and then assaulted, right? There's also damage to property, illegal eviction, assault, threatening with a weapon, assault, intent to do bodies grievously harm, murder, rape, attempted murder, sexual assault, extortion and blackmail, police brutality, and arson. So then there's also other types of crimes that are non-lethal crimes, which I was talking about, and that includes intimidation, hate speech, harassment, and also the defamation of character. So this view is particularly to show you the current situation that's happening on the continent. As South Africa, we are extremely lucky in the fact that we have so many constitutional protections, and I will take you through a few of those to just to illustrate to you what kind of laws we have. But at the moment on the continent, we've got an extreme crisis. So this particular view of the country shows you what it looks like in demarcation. The green specifies the protection and extended rights of LGBTI persons. And literally, we are the only country on the continent that really provides full protection. When it comes to the blue, there is a protection in Angola and also Mozambique. But then, if we look further up in the continent, the dark orange shows life imprisonment, right? So, this is Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, and South Sudan. That's life imprisonment. Even worse, up to that, is looking at the light orange, which is Algeria, Libya, Chad, and Ethiopia, where you can spend 8 years in prison. What has happened recently on the continent is that in relation to criminalization, Uganda has passed a criminalization bill which has ensured that if you're suspected of being LGBTI, you are either publicly ousted and condemned in public through public murder, you're sent to prison. If you are a landlord and you are suspected of housing LGBTI people, you could go to jail. At present in Uganda, even the media, if you report on LGBTI crimes, you can go to jail. So that means that there's a complete censorship of the atrocities that are happening on the African continent. And this trend has been spreading throughout the continent in countries like Kenya and Ghana as well. So what this means is that we have an influx of asylum seekers and refugees that come to South Africa, who come here with no documentation, who come here fleeing for their lives because of persecution and family abuse in their own countries. This is obviously very difficult because we know that even in South Africa, there are no demarcated shelters for LGBTI persons, right? There's one shelter that exists in Cape Town, and that's the only one that makes specific reference in services and access to services for LGBTI people. Everywhere around the country, when it comes to gender-based violence, there's not a focus on domestic violence or intimate partner violence of LGBTI persons. So, not all is lost, though, colleagues, is what I want to say. The picture does look dire, and I wanted to delve into the statistics so that you can understand the full extent to which these crimes happen. Often in the news, when we report on LGBTI crimes, they report in isolation and they report at certain points in time. They'll report, for instance, during International Pride Month, which is June, or they will report in October when it is South African Pride Month. But throughout the years, there are so many atrocities that happen. And often we, as LGBTI persons, we also try to protect ourselves because not everybody has disclosed their orientation. Not everybody has come out to their families. Not everybody is comfortable in creating media awareness around these crimes because they feel like they would be further targeted in the communities that they live in, right? We have a huge pushback from religious and traditional leaders within our communities that also don't make provision for LGBTI persons and that deem it as un-African, which is not true. We know that LGBTI people have always existed in our communities, but with English and colonialism, the terminologies now make it seem like it's a Western concept when it is not. So, just in terms of what is happening to combat and also then present mechanisms to kind of create interventions surrounding hate crimes. So we have been trying to dismantle stereotypes and fostering acceptance of difference in inverted commas in our communities. We provide education to communities and also critical societal structures such as schools, police, and healthcare service. We advocate for human rights and equality, not only nationally, but then also in the SADC region and internationally as well. We also have testing hate-based cases in court more frequently. We provide legal advice to victims and also provide trauma counseling and lay counseling to services of victims. So you can see when it comes to GBV, there are a lot of similarities in the packages of service that we need to execute as first responders to hate crimes. We look holistically at the human being when it comes to the physical act of violence. Are they physically safe? Do they need to be tested if they were sexually assaulted? Then we move on to psychosocial support. Then we move on to, do you want to report the case? And thereafter, we do case and court monitoring as well, because it's very difficult, particularly for crime victims who have to cohabitate with people within their own communities and now feel like they are still under threat and siege. So, in addition to the structures I've mentioned, we have the National Task Team, and this is headed by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. At present, the National Task Team consists of, as I've said, civil society organizations, then also the NPA, the South African Police Service, Chapter 9 institutions, and before the mandate of the National Task Team was specifically on hate crimes, but now we've expanded our our footprint in terms of what we want to execute as this body working together. And we've now come up with what we call the National Implementing Strategy. This strategy is valid from 2023 to 2027 and it has been signed off by Cabinet. However, there has no budgetary provision been made for this as well. So what was costed at 16 million has now been reduced to 1 million, which makes it impossible for us to execute the work of the National Implementing Strategy. So within the structure itself, we have then the rapid response teams. And like I said, that is the structure. We monitor hate crimes on a monthly basis and we get feedback directly from investigative officers in terms of case numbers, in terms of whether cases have been remanded, what the reasons are for delays. Then I'm also going to speak to the hate crimes and hate crimes working group. So this is an intersectoral forum that deals not only with hate crimes with LGBTI persons, but in terms of nationality, religious groups as well, and other things. This has been specifically the group that has been lobbying for the Hate Crime and Hate Speech Act. So in terms of legal protections, there are first a few things that I want to highlight that are protective in terms of LGBTI persons, particularly the equality clause that says you cannot discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, and then also sex characteristics, right? I also wanted to highlight the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act. We've got the Civil Union Amendment Bill and the Civil Union Act that speaks to same-sex marriages. And then we've got the Alteration of Sex Descriptors Act, which is Act 49, which exists, which is still problematic, but this is the law that allows for legal gender recognition in South Africa. So this is when you change your sex descriptor or your gender marker at home affairs. We have a huge problem with it at the moment because in order for transgender persons to change their sex descriptor or gender marker, they have to have a medical intervention. This is sometimes known, you have to be on hormones to then change your gender marker, which is not fair because not all trans persons want to be on hormones. And then we have PAPUDA, which is the Promotion of Equality, Prevention, and Unfair Discrimination Act. So before we go further, I just wanted to delve in a bit of case studies and show you some of the court judgments that have happened in South Africa and how cases have been tried. So there's one case particularly known as gay panic defense. And so this was a very ridiculous case of 2 years ago. And in essence, the gay panic defense spoke to an individual that had murdered someone, discarded of their body in a field, and the judge did not find them guilty. In the actual case, the judge had said that anybody in that situation who experienced someone who was trying to come onto them would have done the same thing. That is to say that someone would have murdered someone and discarded their body. So we had a lot of issues with that case because that then sets the precedent to say that if an LGBTI person, or if you feel threatened by an LGBTI person in terms of them wanting to engage with you in relations, you then have the right to kill them. We then had to appeal this. Unfortunately, we were not successful, but we also did not want to perpetuate this notion of a gay panic defense. Another example of a case that actually went well was when a judge put forth that a person that had been previously convicted of hate crimes and rape be no longer receive bail, right? And I want to read to you what the judge had said. The judge had said gender-based violence has no place in our constitutional dispensation. The gay and lesbian community are entitled to equal enjoyment of all rights and freedom as entrenched in our constitution, like all other South Africans. They should be treated with dignity and respect. They are entitled to be who they are and express themselves in any manner they wish without fear of being ostracized and violated. The so-called corrective rape is an evil that cannot be countenanced. Our courts will continue in the concerted effort to protect lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender rights. So this is an example of a ruling and a court document that was issued that further sets a precedent for how LGBTI cases are tried. Then when it comes to hate speech, this is a very infamous pastor known as Pastor Oscar Bogard. Oscar Bogard resides in the Western Cape in Delft. He has a congregation of 200 individuals, and his claim to fame is homophobia. So he has ridden the wave of being expressively transphobic and homophobic in the public arena. And this is very dangerous because we know when a pastor then spreads these messages of hatred and discrimination, their congregation follows, and this often emanates in hate crimes. It then gives people the onus to say, well, my pastor said LGBTI people are wrong. And so when I see them or I encounter them, my reaction of violence is validated, right? So Oscar Bogard was served with court papers, and he was fined because of his hate speech towards LGBTI persons. He was jailed for homophobic speech. So this is an example where hate speech has actually been tried correctly. However, this very pastor has gone further to then create more mechanisms of hate speech and still has not received the consequences of his suspended sentence. I want to briefly just talk about this case, which is the case of John Kolani. He has died. I'm not celebrating that, but I'm saying he was a homophobe, and he was one of the most instrumental cases in South Africa that actually went to the Constitutional Court that influenced some of the mechanisms in terms of Papuda, and then in addition to that, the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act. So you can see by this cartoon illustration, what Kolani had published was that when human rights meet animal rights, I now pronounce human and goat. So in all of the things, the article says, call me names, but gay is not okay, right? So what Kolani was basically trying to do was compare LGBTI relationships to bestiality. And this case had gotten at least the most reports at the South African Human Rights Commission in the history of South Africa, and to the point that it went to the Constitutional Court. So I wanted to give you the scope of the cases that have been tried, but there are also incidences, for instance, where physical assault cases would happen, and for instance, a colleague of mine was kicked in the face, was called a sabani, thrown down the stairs, and the only thing that the perpetrator received because he pled guilty was a 1,000 rand fine. So we have to consistently lobby in court support to create visibilization around court support. And we're lucky because a lot of government departments also assist in this regard. DSDB has been very instrumental in showing up for court cases in terms of LGBTI persons, and so has ComSafety, which is great. But we obviously need more allyship. And I'm glad that the previous speaker had spoken about allyship, because allyship means not just speaking out in terms of gender-based violence for heterosexual and cisgendered women and children, but also LBQ women, and then also queer children who we know face extreme scrutiny, who are excommunicated from their households, who experience financial abuse because they are forced either to conform to heterosexualism, which is impossible, or they are then just completely disregarded and rejected by the family. So just a few measures of where reporting happens. We know that quality courts deal with discrimination, but we know that these courts are completely underutilized in South Africa, and they need more promotion in terms of getting the word out so that acts of discrimination can be taken more seriously. We have the South African Human Rights Commission, as I said, and then the Commission of Gender Equality, which has really in the last year or so been very helpful in terms of driving the agenda of inclusivity of society in terms of LGBTI people. And then, of course, in terms of workplace discrimination, we've got the CCMA. So that is it for me, colleagues. I do want to say to you that, it's very heartbreaking to deal with the scope of hate crimes that happen in South Africa on a monthly basis. Because myself, as an identifying queer person, I am constantly worrying about whether I'll be next, whether my friends are next, whether my colleagues are next. And so the situation is really dire. And we have a huge gap in education that we need to fill in terms of creating that awareness around the lived realities of LGBTI people, kind of creating a sense of greater humanity, dignity, and compassion. And then when it comes to government and municipalities, ensuring that on their annual performance plans, they've got indicators that speak directly to service delivery of LGBTI persons, that there is an inclusion of budgets of LGBTI persons, that we monitor the impact and outputs that we want to achieve, and that we're not just here as a nice to have tick box when we convene like this. This is an ongoing struggle, and we can't just be reactive to cases of gender-based violence, and particularly to hate crimes of LGBTI persons. We have to think seriously about interventions that speak to preventative measures, how we create allyship with religious leaders, traditional leaders, with mothers, with parents, with stakeholders that have real influence in society, so that we can create safer communities within urban areas, but also in the township spaces, which have been shown to be a site of violence for LGBTI persons. So I'm not sure if there are any questions, colleagues. I'm willing to answer any of them, but I ask that you always be cognizant about LGBTI persons. Take the time to understand the community. Take the time to show compassion within your job as government officials. Take the initiative to institute programs that ensure that the citizenry of LGBTI persons within the city of Johannesburg, in Gauteng, in our country, is also made provision for, and so that we can have those measures of restitution and also reformation that is promised through our constitution for LGBTI persons. Thank you so much, everybody.
Queer case space. And thank you also for highlighting the discrimination and the difficulties around reporting crimes in the LGBTIQIA plus community, especially because there's secondary victimization and discrimination that people have to face. And so Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we won't have time to extend questions. And because we are running late, we're just going to go for the quick stretch break and return and get back onto the program because we have a lot to cover for the session. So we'll break now and then we'll return in 5 minutes. How long? 5 minutes. 35 minutes.
You want an hour?
Yeah, or the topics. I'm not sure exactly. Discovering.
Another pandemic is raging in our country.
Freedom cannot be achieved unless the women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression.
Is it also like, or is it typical, like a typical school, or does it have like an old Victorian?
This one is nice and describe it the best I can, but it's not. How are you?
It is well. It is well.
Okay, let's get back to our seats, and whilst we're waiting for everybody to come back, people have been inquiring about the prices of the books. So there's the Polygamist, going for 200 rand. The Gold Diggers also for 200 rand. When Secret becomes stories, with 2,000 going for 275 rand. And then a family affair on that side is going for 250 rand.
I need to sign it.
Okay, so we're running behind time, so we'll just move into the next speaker. Miss Patricia Nyamande, she's from the Department of Justice. She was not here earlier, but she's arrived, and I think you arrived just in time to make some responses as well to Rocher, Constance Rocher, Esther raised as well. And yeah, I'll give you to it. Please get into it, and yeah, let's move on. Good morning, colleagues. Morning. How are you this morning? How are you? I'm good. And apologies for being late. I was putting together a dialogue that is from Justice Section 34. So I was telling you that it is within justice to understand, you know, what's happening in our department. We run around every after hours. But I'm glad and happy that I'm here and managed to come. And thanks for the who have been there to the Department of Justice. Maybe perhaps it's best to say that all protocol observed. The Department of Justice deals with legislation on a daily basis. That is what's keeping us very, very busy. I'm glad about the presentation that was taking place now, that relates to equality court related, LGBTI, and other legislations. I think it has been mentioned several times that we are chairing some of those committees. And our team as well as the province, we are part of those committees. So I just wanted to show you, or maybe just to indicate that this is the work that we are attending to on a daily basis. So we are dealing with legislations. But for today, the focus is on GBV related. But you might be aware that, I believe you are aware that the amendment to the GBV took place or started in 2021. The implementation started in 2023, and that is the latest. And
aware, and then maybe perhaps you start submitting your applications to us, is the National Register for Sexual Offenders. The National Register for Sexual Offenders, it relates to those that are offenders for being found guilty for sexual abuse, rape, or sexual offenses related. Then you can submit your request to the Department of Justice, especially if you are working with children on a daily basis. Actually, if you are working with children on a daily basis, you must be vetted. So I'm appealing to the city managers that if you do have officials who are directly working with children, and they don't have to be within the city of Joburg. If you do have other stakeholders that are directly working with you, they must be. You have the responsibility to ensure that they are vetted by the Department of Justice. When I say vetting, I mean that we need to check your status that relates to criminal offense, and specifically this time around, not only the criminal law criminal offense that we are aware of, where you have assaulted a person or where you have stolen, and so on and so forth. I'm talking about sexual offenses related. So what we do is a special, specific rating that is done by us, where we check if you do have those kind of crimes. Reason being that you can't work with children if you do have such kind of criminal. If you have found that indeed you committed this, even if you have committed it in 1999 or 2000, so we're still gonna find on our system when we check. So it's the responsibility of the managers to ensure that that is taking place. I'm just bringing to your attention that that's very important. Let me specifically now go into detail to the Domestic Violence Act. As I've mentioned, the amendments as well. In fact, what is important on a domestic violence, when you are aware that you have been abused, obviously you need to report. But what is new is that there is no step by now. You need to assist whoever is being abused, meaning that if a colleague in the office, the city managers, you need to in the forefront and report to say, my colleague, even if you don't have much info, then you can say that there I say that is where you come in. Those are the new amendments. And then the other thing is that there is what we call monitoring notice. Most of the people who are being abused, they are scared to speak out. But the minute you do speak out, then you find that there is no order issued by the court. Then the magistrate can issue what we call monitoring notice, where the police official can keep on checking you whether you are okay, whether indeed this abuse is there and or not. This is a new thing where in the South African police services are responsible for that. So please be aware of those amendments. And the register language of ours, especially from the villages, township, where we speak about the police pay. You know, when you are arrested today and then you are at the police can give you a 500 pay. That has been done away with. It's part of the new amendments for 2021-2023 implementation. There is no such a thing as police pay nowadays. One thing for sure, the courts are trying to be very strict. The police, the NPA is trying to be very strict on domestic violence related matters. So reason being that you get a blame and then the next thing is fixed and then the matter is no longer going to court. So we are trying to do away with it so that these matters are taken seriously. Those are part of the new amendments that we are I'm talking about. And maybe perhaps let me just quickly talk about who can now apply for a protection order. Anyone can apply for protection order, even if it's a minor. The new amendment allows a minor, and you are aware that when you are under 18, you are regarded as a minor. But the new amendment allows a child to go and open up a domestic violence case at the court. So don't be surprised to see a child on her own or his own to go to the magistrate and open up a domestic violence file. The protection orders, we have interim, you are aware, you have interim, we have the final one. The interim is the one where it is issued immediately until both parties come to court for the magistrate to come and deal with the protection order as a whole. Then, but what is important on when the final protection order is issued, we must know that it goes with a warrant of arrest. So when you have a protection order, there is a warrant of arrest. You might not be aware as the perpetrator, but there is a warrant of arrest. So meaning that when you violate it, then the minute the victim report, you will be arrested. And that stays for life. The protection order stays for life. The unfortunate part amongst ourselves as communities, and especially as women, is that we run back and cancel, or we don't have cancel. And I do not know why. Maybe perhaps because we have those hearts where we feel falling from there, and so on and so forth. But that is what's killing us, because at the end of the day, some women, let me say women because we are vulnerable, lose their life because of it. So you need to know that the minute you start the process, don't stop proceed. One thing for sure, you didn't wake up in the morning and report just because of reporting. Definitely something is happening that relates to the abuse. And the unfortunate part is that maybe perhaps if I can relate it to women who are not working and find themselves not able to take care of themselves, also result into conciliation and withdrawing of these cases. And that affects our stats on a daily basis, because we have DV matters, but they don't proceed, meaning that we have outstanding DV matters that are hanging without being attended to. What I'm trying to say to the city of Johannesburg, because they're dealing with communities, so sensitize to the members that members of the community that we do not want them to withdraw consent. We want to proceed and finalize these matters. So this is what the amendment says, that we are working on, or that is guiding us since 2022. And then why does the prosecutor comes on board? After the violation, if the perpetrator is violated the order, then now it's no longer a domestic violence case, now it's a criminal case. So meaning that now the prosecutor comes on board, then they will deal with that matter as it's a criminal case like any other. And now you'll be appearing on a dock in front of the magistrate while was being seen by everybody. So that is the part that I don't think anyone would want to reach. So let's try and avoid that. So that is the little that I can share with you on TV. Then perhaps let me talk to the, not yet, I said I'm going to be very quick. Let me talk to the Protection from Harassment Act. Protection from Harassment, before I go to protection of harassment, domestic violence, remember, it's what's happening in your own home, not at the workplace. So you can't open a domestic violence case if maybe perhaps you feel like not that you feel, if you have been abused by a manager, for example, a colleague in a workspace, and so on and so forth. But you can do that through a Protection from Harassment Act. The Protection of Harassment Act came into effect in 2011. It's all about harassment. I normally give an example of young ladies where you find that, our kids, when at school, I'm quite sure ladies, you have, some of you might have been through that. You fight for your boyfriend, fight for that boyfriend of yours as young girls. And this is happening more often at the school. So when they do that, that's where you can open up, because remember, you're not related. So but for the workspace environment, then you're being harassed by a colleague, then you can do that and open up a protection from harassment. So that is where the difference is. These two legislations, the DV one, the domestic violence one, and the Protection from Harassment Act. Let me just quickly talk about the Older Persons Act. The Older Persons Act came into effect, I think it's 2006. This one, we all have elderly people, it can be our mothers, our parents, it can be people like that, our neighbors, and so on and so forth. But some of them, they are being abused, and some are abused by us, maybe by our own kids, our neighbors, and so on and so forth. But you must remember that those elderly people are also protected. There is an act that protects them, and it has both hand in hand with the domestic violence. So let's also be aware that elderly people have rights as well, and then during this period, they are also vulnerable and they are included only during the 16 days of activism. The last one that I would want to talk to is the Sexual Offences Act. The Sexual Offences Act, it's unfortunate that we have high number of cases that relate to sexual offences. And unfortunately, this is a result of our own men who are committing these kind of offenses. You know, you ask yourself sometimes that if you're a teacher, then how do you abuse a 15-year-old? That is me thinking. And I'm looking at our own men. You are not my men. You are our own men because you are South African men, right? But you need to picture this because these are the cases that we are dealing with on a daily basis. You have a teacher who abuses a 14, 13, and so on. I don't get it, but that is what we are facing. I'm not talking about us as, you know, grown-ups above 18. Then it goes further when you even groom these children sexually. You teach them that actually you make them as if you are helping them, but at the end of the day, you are grooming them so that you can have sexual intercourse with them. By grooming them, I mean like you can give them money, come and I will assist you with your homework. I'm referring to the teachers. To come to my place or come to wait for me, don't go home after school, will assist you with your school program and so on and so forth. That's at the end of the day, you end up either raping or having sexual intercourse with that child. That is sexual grooming. We are all aware of what rape is in them. We were grown up knowing that there is rape in this country. There is so-called sexual assault. I'm quite sure if the HR police are here, you will deal with these things or you sensitize officials on sexual assault. That's taken also at the workplace. And also the child pornography. As parents, we need to be aware of child pornography. The smartphones that we have bought or are buying for our kids, we must know that that is where our kids become naughty and then they download all these naughty things. And please believe me, they know better than you. They can download any app and then and interact with whoever. So we need to be very, very careful. We need to ensure that these phones that our children are having, sometimes you need to start monitoring them. How, I don't know, because they hide them and they have pets. But that is still our responsibility as parents to do that. There is another one that is very, very important, the child prostitution. We've been knowing that there is prostitution, but now it's a problem with children are involved, and then it also includes the human trafficking with young women, traffic, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the acts or the legislations that we are dealing with. And then there is this other one where those maybe perhaps are from Eastern Cape, or maybe in Limpopo as well, because it's more of Okwazonata, more of a village. We have a lot of villages there. The incest, where I and Mr. Chibala, even though we go our cousins and our parents can say, no, you can marry each other. So which is so wrong. So Okwazonata is one of the things that the country is still facing. It's quiet. It's not known if you were not being exposed or you're not in a way that is there, it does exist. So those are some of the things as City of Johannesburg, maybe perhaps we can deal with because we have townships here. And one thing about Okwazonata is that, or incest or rape, it goes hand in glove because a child can be raped and then the next thing they say that no, they will marry each other. Don't worry. And they pay money and all that. That's everything. That's happening. At some point, I found myself in the Northern Cape. I can't recall the name of the village. And then interacting with the community leaders, they said to us, when a child is raped in this community, what's going to happen is that they will pay each other 5,000. And then that is the end of the crime. So you can imagine that how many girls are experiencing this and then they keep right. It's gonna come back after 10 years. And you want to understand, maybe perhaps that ladies working at the City of Johannesburg, and there were a lot of things going on with that official, not understanding that this is what happened back then, it was not dealt with correctly. So those are some of the things that I would want the City of Johannesburg to focus on. As I've indicated that I will be very, very short. Those are the legislations that I are dealing with that relates to the gender-based violence in the country. It's rife, it's high. We do have forums as well, similar to the LGBTI related, that are sitting on a quarterly basis. Maybe perhaps specifically for the Department of Justice, other developments that we have is that when you're seated here with your smartphone, I'm quite sure maybe perhaps in a very short space of time, you can supply your application, you can submit your application via online. that relates to domestic violence. So meaning that you don't have to come to our courts where it takes time, take the whole day there, but you're going to sit here and submit your application. Another development that is coming that is going to assist is that members of the public who will be going to the court, there will be kiosks, and then you can do your application at the kiosk. Something that is new for the Department of Justice. It will be similar to the bank. I'm not so sure if Home Affairs has that, but I know the banks you can do your whatever that you want to do that leads to the bank. So the Department of Justice is bringing that. We have identified calls, but I can't recall them. There are a number of them, about 10 of them. I can't recall them, but I know that Johannesburg is there, Victoria is there. The bigger calls actually Tembisa, Soweto, and others. So it will be easier and quick for members of the public to apply their domestic violence cases. Maybe perhaps let me quickly talk about the awareness campaigns within because I'm taking advantage now. We will want to partner with the Executive of Johannesburg and then start interacting with the communities and talk to them about it in detail. So if maybe perhaps if I sit down, if we can have a manager who can talk to me so that we can have that kind of engagement moving forward. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to rush you, but yeah, we try to take catch up now. Before we move on to our next speakers who are going to be dealing with financial support for victims, Mr. Of course, he wanted to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to all esteemed guests. Gentlemen, good morning. My name is Calvin Bosi. I'm the president of SA Queer Movement. And SA Queer Movement is an organization that seeks to unite all LGBTIQA+ persons, NGOs and NPOs, and allies. Allies is people that really believes in human rights and diversity without any discrimination or reserve. I would just want to share my story in regards to GBV that is related to home as well as to workplace, especially faced by, the LGBTIQA+ community. And I'm very impressed with the speaker that came through. That was a very comprehensive presentation, and indeed, I'll allude to that we are a community that is really in dire need of assistance, especially from the city and the Department of Justice. I am in marriage for 10 years with a male like me. We are both gay, but we were together for 15 years. We have children and we have also grandchildren. So the stigma and discrimination, it's part of my life. I've been, from my children to my grandchildren, we find ourselves being discriminated. And really, this has called an alarm to me that my community, it's about time for us to stand for ourselves and be able to use the avenues that are really there for us. Because South Africa has a beautiful constitution, and I think it's one of the best that is leading in the world. But coming down to serving us as a community, we really have been failed. And really this partnership and collaboration would really, made a lot for us as SA Queer Movement. We have footprints in all provinces, and we have really taken it upon ourselves that we're no longer going to become victims. So when we come knocking into your doors, it's about us standing out for ourselves and saying that we're no longer going to be carrying a victim syndrome. Now we want to work with each and every stakeholder just for the benefit of all human rights and diversity. My children has been victimized, harassed, in something as basic as the toilet, because they know, some of the members would see I have a reality show on TV on same-sex parenting and, human rights and diversity. So this then open an opportunity for haters to start following, these incidents of criminals, because I call them, criminals. So I think really it's time that we get together as all human beings, because I believe that we are all human beings regardless of our sexuality. And also, I think the city of Johannesburg needs to prioritize the human rights and diversity in real sense, for us to be able to be truly rehabilitated in all our communities. And I don't want to take much time, because the previous speaker really said the amount, full in regards to our stats and different types of criminalities that has happened to us. Mine is to say, let us really, serve, human rights and diversity in all communities in our society. I thank you.
Thanks so much for sharing the story with us. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Malobane to come and take the podium. She's going to be talking about the issue of financial abuse and the challenges that it face.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. I think as already introduced, my name is Malobane. I am from Metropolitan. And thank you so much for the invitation to come and have a conversation around abuse and finances. I think we all know how complex this issue of abuse is, and I think a lot of the time finances play a very crucial role. I think a lot of women find themselves in spaces where they are unable to leave their abusers because of financial reasons. One of the greatest thing I think as women and we can appreciate is the opportunity that being financially independent gives us. And it doesn't mean when you're financially independent, you are not subject to abuse. You may be subject to abuse, but I think the upside of it is that it sort of like makes it a little bit easier if you have to start over. And I think one of the things that I think we don't talk about a lot is that we always think abuse is it's done to people that are illiterate, people that are unemployed, people that are only dependent on their husbands. It will be shocking if you discover how many professional, educated women actually go through abuse. And in those cases, it's normally a lot of emotional or financial abuse, some also even physical abuse. But I think because of the stigma that's attached to it, a lot of women never really speak out and never really say, this is what I'm going through. I'm just going to share a few tips around what are the things to consider when one is looking at living an abusive relationship. I think the first thing that is important is the support structure. The reason why a lot of women don't move is because they don't have a support structure. And friends, families, we can see what is happening, but we do not raise a hand and try and help. And I think we need to start as a community, being there for people that we know that they're going through the most. And I think the lady here touched on it earlier, and somebody spoke about it to say, even the MMC spoke about it to say, can we stop playing ignorance when we can see that someone is going through the most? A crucial thing, you know, is in terms of when you're thinking around leaving, obviously you need to do financial considerations of what impact is going to have on you and probably the children. And I think a lot of the times, you know, the children become the woman's responsibility. I'm not saying there aren't men that are responsible in terms of taking care of children, but in abusive setups, it actually then becomes the responsibility of a woman to actually take care of the children. So it's really important to look at where am I sitting financially? Do I have the means to actually move out of this relationship? If not, how do I put a plan in place and actually make sure that I have a savings plan that will help me if I need when the time is right for me to move out? Because a lot of the time, you know, we especially when you are facing financial abuse, you know, money is taken from you, control is placed over you. So you need to find ways to create that secret account that nobody but yourself knows about. You know, and I always say when you're in an abusive relationship, your husband doesn't always have to know about your finances. If you have, and I think one of the things that people don't know is that some employers actually offer an option for you to actually save from your salary, and they actually give you 2 payslips. You know, one that shows the amount after, which is, you know, the savings, and one that is for you. So that if you are faced with a husband that actually gets into your business that much, then you give them the alternative. But also find someone that you can trust, you know, a parent or somebody that can actually assist you in terms of putting money away. And I think also what is important is you need to make sure that you take control of your debt. You know, I always talk around marriages, and there is one regime that troubles me every day, community property. A lot of people are stuck in marriages that are unhappy because of that regime, because of the loss that one may experience, because of the assets that they may need to share. And I think for me, and I'm speaking, you know, from a woman that has been in that space. And I think it's important to weigh in. Is my life worth the assets? Am I going to sacrifice myself because I want to keep the money? Or I'm going to allow myself to actually go and start? And I think for the sake of your family, for the sake of your children, it's important to take those considerations in your choice that owner. But also before you decide on a divorce, you need to understand how indebted are you and how indebted is this person you're dealing with. Because remember, in a community of property relationship, their debt is also yours. So are you going to be coming out worse off, or are you going to be able to leave after that marriage has been dissolved? So it's very important, and I know that, you know, when you're going through abuse, when you're going through a divorce, it's a very traumatic period. But it's very important, you know, to actually engage, you know, with a financial advisor or somebody that has a high, you know, financial acumen to actually help you organize and understand these things, so that you make sure that you don't end up with this problem. The key thing, you know, in abuse is that the people that are normally exposed and that really suffer a lot are children. How do we protect children in an instance where you are living a relationship that is abusive? One of the things that I always say, and unfortunately in the country that we live in, some of the abuse end up in loss of life. They lead to children that are left behind as orphans. So it's very important that when you have the means, ensure that you have a life cover in place, and ensure that the people that are beneficiaries of your life cover are your children. And if those children are under age, they are minors, it's critically important to ensure that the person that helps you in drafting the will states that upon your death, a testamentary trust is created. I will tell you why it's important to do that. I don't think there's anyone in this room whereby you know that your spouse is an abusive spouse, you would want them to get the process. of your wealth, be assured that they will look after your children. So by creating a testament trust, you're protecting whatever monies or whatever monies you're actually leaving for your children, because the other spouse cannot have access to those funds. I mean, based on law, I hear there was someone from the Department of Justice. The law in South Africa says the legal guardian is the parent of the child before anyone else. Whether you're still in the same relationship or whether that person is already left, you're no longer together. However, if anything happens to you, they become the guardian. And if you have left minor children with, monies, that person will end up being the one that gets the monies. And you want to risk that. Are you sure that that person will actually make sure that they take care of your children? So it's important that as much as going through this period is difficult, you make the correct financial choices as well, so that you don't increase the level of stress that you have to go through. And I think another important thing is we need to educate ourselves around financial matters. And I know that if you are in an abusive relationship, it's very difficult to have a transparent conversation with your partner. You are unable to talk to. But the one thing that you can do is to upskill yourself so that you understand, how do I protect my income? How do I get out of debt? How do I create a safe net for me and for my children? And I think one of the most important things to consider as well is that let's stop worrying about what will people say. Some of us are staying in abusive relationships because of the nation that we live in. That nation may become your coffin. It's okay to downgrade your lifestyle. It's okay to move into a smaller space. It's okay to move back home. Because you don't want to be going through the healing and also be enduring stress in terms of financial pressure. Whereby now you want to buy a property you don't afford, you want to carry on the lifestyle that you are not affording. It's okay to start over. And I think you need to choose what is important for you and for your children. And I think as parents, one of the things that we don't realize is that children that are raised in an abusive environment tend to suffer silence. The sooner you remove them from that environment, the behavior change is going to raise. Because if you not do that, they're going to end up having very difficult relationships as adults. And they're going to make the wrong choices in terms of who they choose to partner with because of the experience that they've experienced at home. So do not be scared to actually downgrade your lifestyle to actually make sure that you can start over. But I think a support structure is important, and I plead to you colleagues and I plead to our communities, can we be a support structure for women that are going through the most? And I'm not disregarding men and saying men are not because there are men that are going through abuse, but I think most of the time it's women that go through abuse. I think that the worst abuse that I always say, when someone is suffering physical abuse, we can see the scars, we can see the blowouts. But when someone that is suffering emotional abuse, it's not visible. But you need to look out for the signs that say, what has changed in this person's life? How are they behaving relative to the person that I used to know? Are they isolating? Have they changed their appearance? What are the things that this person is doing and how is it that we help them? Because I think it's really, really crucial that we become aware of the people that we are around, but also in terms of how we can assist them. So financial decisions, it's one of the things that impact relationships when they start, and it's one of the things that impact relationships when they end. The other day I recently got divorced. I was at the magistrate court, and one of the funniest things in magistrate court, you get to sit here and hear everyone's case. And it's amazing how many men don't care about what happens to the children. It's actually scary. They don't care about what happens to children. They just want the split of the assets. And as women, we have to go and figure it out. You can then understand that there's probably levels of abuse that have been happening in this relationship that were not visible. So I think let's support each other and let's make sure that where you can, call us as an organization, as Metropolitan, to come and have those conversations with your employees, because there's lots more that we can speak about instead of just the abuse part of it. Because when you get into a relationship, whether a partnership or a marriage, there's lots of considerations that one needs to make. Because those considerations, especially the financial ones, are the ones that are going to have an impact on you. Because we know marriages end in two ways, either by death or by divorce. But how is it that you make sure that you and your children are protected? And I think also, if you have young children that are growing up, young adults that are growing up, that are going to get married, I see there's a lot of parents in this group. Please can you have those engagements with your children? Don't get excited about the lobola. Be able to have transparent conversation and ask your child, have you had the financial conversation with this husband to be? Do you understand what their income is? Do you understand what is their financial state? What does their credit record look like? Are you marrying an asset or are you marrying a liability? Because also that leads to the next thing to say, what kind of marital regime are you going to enter into? Because if you're marrying a liability and you're going to commit your property, you're already creating stress for yourself. Understand? Because that debt that the other person has now becomes yours. So it's okay. I think black people, we don't believe in ANC, but it's time that we start changing our thought process around marital contracts. Because sometimes it's those contracts that leave people trapped in abusive relationships because of what they're thinking they're going to lose if they leave that relationship. I mean, nobody wants to lose half of their pension. And that's what happens if you're married into your property. So ANC is probably the way to go, and you can decide whether you want it with approval or without approval. I will say the best is without approval. And yeah, the best will be without approval, especially, but it all depends at what age you get married. So if you get married at the later stages of your life, and it's nice to have companionship, we can't take that away. We all need each other, we can't be in an island. But let's love each other and not put our finances in the mix. I mean, at the ages that we are, if you're planning to remarry, the second wife or the second husband or the third husband, please take your finances out of that. I cringe when I hear the stories of women that are losing their pension fund money, especially within the public sector. I cringe. You've worked for 30 years or more, and somebody comes and walks away with your 3 million. Women, can we learn to take money out of our relationships? Let's take money outside of our relationships. Because the people that are going to suffer the most is your children. And I think in closing, I'll share my personal story a little bit and why I say that. I was very young, at 22. I got divorced at 32. I was married in a community of property. I had 3 children. At the time, they were 10, 8, and 4. When we divorced, my husband said, "You're not going to stay in this house. You're not going to have this house." At the time, the house we were staying in, I was paying the mortgage. At the time, the children that we had, I was paying for school fees. This man was unemployed. And he said, "You will not." I had put in sweat and tears into building that house. I had a beautiful property. Beautiful. He did not care where am I going to go with the children, his children. But I had to make a choice whether is it worth it to stay in a marriage where I'm depressed, where I live in the anxiety, where I'm not happy. And I had to also consider, what is this doing to these children? Because clearly this man does not care about these children. That's why he doesn't even care where they're going to go and stay. I walked away. Remember, in this marriage, I was the one that was working. We had been living in that new house for a year and a half. So we had debts in terms of renovation. Who are those debts? Whose name was those debts in? Mine. Understand? And the worst thing that happened is that I walked away with debt, he walked away scot-free. Because I was emotionally tired and I was not willing to fight. I had no fight left in me. The only thing I fought for was my children. I lost my house. I walked away with debt. By the grace of God, something miraculously happened when we went to court and we had to leave, but he wanted half of my pension.
Sure.
And I said, this is a man that I was with for 13 years. I had to make a contract. I downgraded my lifestyle. I moved into a 2-bedroom house. From a 4-bedroom where my children, each one had their own bedroom, all of a sudden they did not have that. When I moved out, I didn't even have a couch, I didn't even have a TV. This man had moved out the day before I moved out. He took the couches, he took the TV, he took all of it. That's the reality of our lives, and I'm talking from my own personal experience. Understand? So it's very important that we continue to have these conversations around relationships. So now I got a chance to get married again. I'm wiser, I'm older, and I've been working hard in my life. 2021, I got married. And one of the things I made sure I did before getting married to this man was to sit down and say, sweetie, let's put our payslips down here. How much do you earn? How much do I earn? If I'm going to be your wife, are you going to be able to provide? I'm not going to buy a man groceries. I have my house, you have your house, I understand, but I'm not going to buy you groceries. You need, you marry me, you must provide at least for the basics. And the second thing, colleagues, that is important is, can we each bring our credit report? Now I always want to know, am I getting myself into a liability environment or an asset liability environment? Because now I'm not a liability. Okay. And the next thing was, what marital contract are we going to get into? I have 3 children. My kids 27, 25, and 20 now. I'm not going to risk everything that I've got with my children and lose it in a marriage. Sure. I'm getting married for companionship. Yes, Father, I'm married. You know, we need each other. That's a reality. And that's what I'm saying. Don't play with your money. So I got married. ANC, no approval. And God behold, things did not work out. 2.5 years later, had to file for divorce. The emotional pain was there. I got repressed. I was not fine. I was not doing well because he was abusive. I had to endure the worst abuse ever. But the one thing I was grateful for, there was no financial issues to fight. Because I probably would still be stuck in that marriage today. And I don't know if I would be standing in front of you if that was the case. So please make sure that you protect your finances, ladies. And also, it's important to always choose it. Whatever happens, choose it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that empowering, inspiring talk. Those are practical skills and practical, solutions that we need to carry, especially if you're navigating a situation like that. And I'm sure between someone else in this room who's going through the same thing. Without further ado, I'm going to call on Martin Debea, who's also going to speak about financial resources and support survivors.
2 minutes, Martin.
Practical example of credibility.
2 minutes, Martin.
I'm not sure if the presentation was. Oh, okay. Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me just acknowledge my interest here, my colleagues. But maybe before I start, I think we need to find a new application for this anti-mutual contracts. Because this ANC thing is kind of come across this now, we are different around it. Okay. Yeah, my name is Martin Luya. I'm from the Social Development Department in the city of Johannesburg. I think they're still busy with the presentation. Yeah. Are we going to get the presentation?
2 minutes, talk.
Oh, okay. But in the meantime, I think I can just continue because. Yeah. So the unit that I'm heading there is called Targeted Beneficiaries Unit. So it's a unit that is made up of some sub-units. This includes the gender sub-unit, elderly sub-unit, youth sub-unit, persons with disability sub-unit, military veteran sub-unit. And then the topic for the day actually decided in the sub-unit that is called gender sub-unit. But because of the essence of time, I'm not going to go through the slide one by one. Just going to touch the introduction. We go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the unit that I was referring to, the sub-unit, gender sub-unit, which is its main objective actually is to make sure that it deals with the right of women, not forgetting men. But I always say to people, in most cases, when we talk about the issue of gender and women, gender empowerment, we focus more on women for obvious reasons because they are the most vulnerable. We know that. We have confirmed a lot of reports, scientific reports to that effect. So you don't be surprised when you see most of the programs that are aligned to the issue of women empowerment because we're trying to address the past imbalance and what is currently happening. So the promotion of women's socio-economic empowerment is also part of the sub-unit's mandate. So these are the pillars of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. Maybe just want to touch on pillar number one, as a city of Johannesburg, what we did, we established an advisory committee on gender-based violence and femicide, and I'm happy that also Sally is here. She's also serving in that committee, Sally from the Sally Foundation. So there we're talking about the issue of accountability, how we're going to account the city and the public. And then on the issue of prevention, we are running various programs on education and awareness on gender-based violence, ranging from the dialogues as well as naming the making program, where we're targeting young boys to talk to them about what my sister was talking about here, in terms of how we need to. Because you see, on this pillar number two, maybe just want to get into it. The issue of I always say, in most cases, I blame society. I blame ourselves as society because we are the reasons why some of these things are happening. Let me talk about the issue of the Men in the Making program. Here we are targeting young boys because in our townships or now in our society, you'll get these young men or these boys because of the lack of role models, having now to have wrong role models in the community. You know, they see Brabiza there is driving this expensive car, but this Brabiza never went anywhere his entire life. But because he can drive these expensive cars, he can have these beautiful girls every day drinking and doing all these other things. He become their role model. You know, because of the lack of role models, how we raise these boys, how we interact with them. It's a result of that particular behavior that we end up having. I always say, and this I always talk about whenever I'm talking to people on this issue of gender-based violence. I'm saying how we raise our sons. It will be what will determine how the society is going to be crafted in the future. Because I've got a 16-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old boy. And I always say to people, I want to raise my boy to be the kind of a man that I want my daughter to get married.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I don't want to raise a monster. If I'm raising a monster, whose daughter is he supposed to marry now? You know, it's those vicious cycles that we are unconsciously creating as a society that we are not even aware of. It's the same thing with this thing. Some of the contributory factors to the gender-based violence might also be attributed to the issue of teenage pregnancy, which we are also trying to fight very hard the social environment in the city of Johannesburg. Because let me give you an example of teenage pregnancy. This is a young girl, 15 years of age. She's getting pregnant now. By the time she's reaching 30, she gave birth to a daughter at 15. She's been giving birth to a baby girl. By the time she's reaching 15, the baby girl is 15. And she meet me at 18, and I marry her with a 15-year-old. So what do I see? I see two women in the household. When she goes to work and I'm working from home, things happen in the house with the 15-year-old. And she doesn't tell the mom. She gets pregnant. She doesn't want to say who impregnated her because she's scared of me as the stepfather. And by the time, remember now she's also 15. The time she's getting 20 something up to 30, she's also going to get married somewhere with a child that was born out of that particular unfortunate and undesired incident. So that's the vicious cycle. The same thing happens with how we raise our boys. And us as men, we must also, you see the way we just conduct ourselves. I always tell these guys, you see the person comes when we're chilling there on Friday, you say, hey, guys, I'm late, man, I was helping with the dishes. Who are you helping? Whose responsibility is this to do the dishes? When you say you're helping. You see, it's that patriarchal thinking. We need to change that mentality. I was helping. Who are you helping? Because it's our responsibility. This is our house. So I'm just saying it's a societal, that's what I'm saying, I blame society. We need to change the mindset. So then we do that as a part of prevention in terms of awareness and social cohesion. And then on pillar number 3, the issue of justice and safety, we are in partnership with Lawyers Against Abuse who are assisting the survivors. I don't like calling them victims. The survivors of gender-based violence, they are NGO which operate within the legal fraternity. They assist the survivors with the court cases, the issue of my sister from Justice spoke about protection orders and so on and so forth. So this is the NGO that we work with in this area with the legalities in terms of, you know that our law enforcement officers sometimes can also inflict secondary trauma for survivors of gender-based violence. For you just to talk to the investigating officer, it's a mission. If you bring along a lawyer, they cooperate. I don't know what happens. They're just scared of that this one is a lawyer. But that's what we are doing with the Lawyers Against Violence on the pillar number 3. And then the issue of response care support and healing. We have got a crisis line at the city. It's a gender-based violence and substance abuse crisis line, where we've got social workers, meaning that's a crisis line where people are calling with different issues ranging from gender-based violence, substance abuse, domestic violence, and then the social workers will contain the situation, refer them to the relevant institutions where they can get the necessary assistance. And also some of the programs that are also including inner healing and so on and so forth. And then on pillar number 5, you see, this is the most important. I'm not notwithstanding the importance of the other one, but this pillar number 5 on economic power is what is going to address all these things. If you were to get people to be economically empowered, my sister from Metropolitan was talking about that recently. You know, when you are financially depending on somebody else, and regardless of your gender, whether a man or a woman, but your dignity already is compromised. It's compromised because you have to beg, you have to do things that you are not supposed to do. You have to stand for things that but someone who's financially dependent, if the things that goes out, they pack their bags and leave, then go and start something else somewhere. But if you know that living here, where am I going to go? I can't even pay for a rent young cook. And now you're staying in Central, in Mystery or in Blue Valley, in a mansion that my sister was referring to. And you think about me losing all this mansion and the cars that are these German cars that this husband or this wife of mine is bought for me. You start to say, you do the shift from the financial the cost benefit analysis. You see now, conducting the cost benefit analysis with your life. So if I live What will the people say? You see now society comes back again. Blame society. What will the people say now because I'm going to leave midstream or Blue Valley and go and stay in Ivory Park? But is it worth? She asked that question, does that worth your life? It's better for you to be alive in a shack in Ivory Park than to die in that mansion in that gated estate. So, but if we deal with this, the issue of economic empowerment. So here is the issue of those of us who are tasked with the responsibility of economically empowering the citizens, like Economic Development Department, not absorbing ourselves as social development, because we also got socio-economic obligation as a department to say we need to coordinate this, we need to have these development financial institutions to come and give people information on how to register a business, access to market, access to finance and so on. And then the last one, of course, program design need to be informed by evidence-based research, which is what we're continuously doing. And I thank God because we've got other think tanks that are assisting with the commissioning of this report. Currently, they were just releasing the report from the Human Science Research Council on gender-based violence. There is some shocking. The minister talk about that. The better for now. Those statistics were very shocking, and it highlighted a lot of things which requires attention from all of us as members of the society, because now they're highlighting the issue of mental health, why men are doing this and all those things. But the issue of money also comes in most of these researches when you look at it. Yeah. You know, the wife of the husband will just call us you know, you just become so angry because you don't have that money. You know, and it's most of the cases because of this secrecy. I understand my sister the issue of the payslip and the stuff, but this sense of hiding the money or the amount that you're getting paid. You see, when the partner knows how much you earn, you are at peace.
Yeah.
She won't be, or he won't be requesting things that are beyond your reach. I don't know if it was Jenna Perez, it was in Washington once said his grandfather was giving his grandmother the paycheck every time to get paid. And he asked him, because he was still young, so why are you doing that? And the old man said, no, I'm doing this for obvious reasons, for simple reasons. She will never ask me something that I won't be able to afford. Because if I'm earning 2,000 for this week, I gave her the 2,000. She knows that I've got 2,000. And we bought groceries, we paid this and that. She won't come and say, I saw this dress or I saw this. She knows we don't have anything for that. But if you hide, they don't know, the thing is still there. And they call you, they say, can you please bring some milk? You get angry. That's where the issue for you starts. Starts from there. Because you're angry, you don't even have money to buy 6 pack yourself, but they want a box of milk. Okay, moving along in the short of time. No. I'm only left with 30 minutes, it's fine. Yeah. So these are just some of the targeted beneficiaries that we're dealing with in that sub-unit that I referred to. The issues of the LGBTQI+, Mr. Calvin was here talking about it. We are also working with them in some of the programs that they're doing. With the limited resources that we have, we try to cover all these targeted beneficiaries that you see here. Let's just move to the next one. Yeah, so these are just the resources that we have. We've got 6 coordinators across all the regions. We only have 1 region where we don't have a coordinator responsible for these programs. And then 10 social workers that are dealing with these cases. Because in most cases, we get cases that are actually last night, I just received 3 referrals from the crisis line of this particular nature, where it needs attention that has to do with gender-based violence. And then we also got the advisory committee that I referred to, where we have Sylvia, Sylvie. And then we have also got some MOU with the different organizations, Activism being one of them on skills development. Because we also think people who are the survivors of gender-based violence, those who are not maybe economically independent, they need to be skilled to get a practical space for them to start all over again. And then the Violence Against Abuse, I mentioned that. And the Forum for Empowerment of Women, Rochelle was also presenting here from FLU. We also got an MOU with them. And then obviously our sister department in the province, social development, which is in the SMP law, Masuku Men and Boys Forum, and those are some of the organizations that we are working closely with officially. But this is not limited to the other listed here. We do collaborate as a white, because not all of these partnerships requires MOUs. Sometimes we just collaborate and have a problem where we have common interests. That is fine. Yeah. Now these are just some of the continuation of those things of what we call service, or utilizing NGOs to provide your inner healing programs, targeting our women, youth, and persons with disabilities, as well as our citizens. Yeah, and then the shelters, because the shelters actually is the responsibility of the Provincial Department of Social Development. We do the referrals through our social workers when there's a need for maybe a survivor of GBV to get in a shelter. We do refer them to that through our social workers, as well as the other AGO social workers. And then the Provincial Development 5 of those shelters within the province. We do refer, doesn't matter, it doesn't have within our jurisdiction as the city of Joburg. If there's a need for a shelter and it's in Pretoria, and the survivor with that, they can be accommodated there. So we refer them there. Yeah, the next one. I think this will be, yeah, these are just some of the programs that we have. I think I will do touch on them. The issue of this development, the issue of therapeutic workshops, inner healing, awareness raising, as well as promoting community and access to resources. Yeah. So this is the last slide. The interventions that we have, the issue of education awareness, I spoke to that. Father and sons dialogue, economic empowerment programs. This is where we invite these development financial institutions like your INEF, CEDA, IDC, to CIFA to come in and make presentations on their products and services in the economic empowerment programs. And then the father and sons dialogue, where we have to talk amongst ourselves, because we must stop this thing of always been targeting the victims. For these programs, as awareness. Now we're going to talk to people who are being victimized about these programs. You need to talk to those perpetrators for us to start to win this war. We need to start talking about, as uncomfortable as it may sound, but we need to target us as men, because statistics have confirmed that the majority of the perpetrators are us. So we cannot run away or hide from that. And then the men in the making program that I spoke about earlier. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm sorry, we are running behind time, but I promise we'll turn out of here by 1 o'clock. We're coming to the panel discussion, which will be led by Professor Connie Davis, the Associate Professor at CoJ, the Department of Strategic Communication. Her area of expertise is gender-based violence, and she has published several papers on the subject. Allow me to welcome her as she presents the global perspectives on gender-based violence. Give her a round of applause.
Hi. Thank you for having me. By now, you've heard a lot. There's a lot of talk about gender-based violence. I see, and Sue says, I'm going to give you a discussion of the global perspective, Sue. Our panel members here.
Everyone, speakers are here.
All the speakers going to participate.
Sorry, can you come up?
Okay, while our speakers are coming up, we know that gender-based violence is a global pandemic, right? We understand the impact of it economically. You know, the last cost estimation was in 2016. The impact of GBV was estimated $1.5 trillion. In South Africa, our house estimate has been up to 42 billion rand. And we know those cost estimations are conservative. So what we're doing and whatever we're embarking upon, we know that at the moment we're not having a success rate yet, right? The numbers are not coming down yet, which means there's a lot
that we need to do. Sue, do we know who's going to cover which topic in the panel?
No.
We're dealing with the topics of changing toxic masculinity.
Yes, we're gonna leave it open.
So we're going to leave it open to our panels to contribute. Okay, so when we have an event such as this, and we represent the city of Johannesburg, surely we now have to come to a point where we say we want to collaborate in seeing things happen. And how are we going to change this? How are we going to change the toxic masculinity that perpetuates the gender-based violence, that normalizes it? Because at the end of the day, we're looking at numbers. We're looking at numbers of people reporting GBV. The vast majority, 93% plus, never reporting. This is what current research tells us is happening. So I'm going to invite our esteemed guests here in our panel to talk to us about the changing toxic masculinity, the sustainable solutions to prevent gender-based violence, and to sustaining momentum. How can we maintain the work going on? How can we sustain the effort to address gender-based violence in society? Because what we need is a bottom-up approach. There's no point that we have legislation, that we have bodies in charge of running GBV programs if it's not from the bottom up. Because like we said, GBV starts in the home. The most prevalent form of GBV, as we know, is intimate partner violence, domestic violence. It starts at home. So whatever we're doing, we need to start seeing what each of us can do and work from there. Right, so are we going to invite a panel?
I think what you can pose a question, they can respond from their seats. I think it'll be.
Okay, so I want to ask Alfred, how are we going to change this concept of toxic masculinity that involves this entitlement, the subordination of women? You know the HSRC study that have been published now on the just before the 25th. You start the 60 days of activism. In that paper, it showed an sample of more than 10,100 participants. It was generalized that 7 out of 10 men still thought women should obey their partners. So how are we going to change this? Are you going to join here and take the microphone, or shall I move to you? So who wants to speak? And tell us how we're going to change this. You first.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think, how many minutes do I have?
Any second.
I want to know, because see, okay, now there's no reason I go 15 minutes, it's fine. So from my side, I think the issue of this issue can be attributed to a combination of factors. So the first one will be the issue of patriarchy. You know, the way the society is being molded all along, and it came across now being normalized as a norm. You know, because if you look at even the way we conduct ourselves, and I will sound like I'm repeating what I was saying, but it's not that. It's even on the way we are allocating house chores. You know, inside the house. You know, always the girl child is the one who's making tea for the visitors whenever there are visitors, and then the boy child must go and wash the car and stuff. And I'm doing it the other way around. My girl can be washing the car, and the boy will be making breakfast there. Because that's how we start doing it from that level. So there are no responsibilities that are allocated for a certain gender if you are going to address this issue of toxic masculinity. And even the way we are conducting ourselves in the sponsoring activities. I'll make an example with our this rugby game, and the coach was like, and in his mind, the coach was so he think he's motivating the players. So a tackle man must tackle like a man. We show that we put some balls. You understand? So those some of those things, you know. So it comes across as if those who are courageous and can do these things are only those who have balls. So your preparation is that thing unconsciously so, you know. So those are some of the things. Let me be
Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much.
I think religion and culture is contributing as a factor to this because religion basically has certain principles that creates a man, and culture as well. It has its own perception on what a man is supposed to be. So these are factors that really must be, of institutions that really must prioritize human rights before religion or culture. So these institutions must be the ones that are basically trained first in terms of prioritizing human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We know that one of the biggest perpetuating factors of gender-based violence was, this is my passion, this is what I do, it's the research, it's the work we do, it's gender-based violence. And I've been speaking to our esteemed author there soon. Our biggest challenge is the silence. So if we want to move to the topic of preventing this from happening, how are we going to end the silence that perpetuates it? How are we as society, not just as members of the City of Johannesburg, but as members, how are we going to break the silence and enable women to speak out as they did in this book? I can't wait to finish reading. How are we going to contribute to that? Because it's part of the toxic masculinity, the entitlement, the roles we assign to women, it's part of that. But how do our panel members suggest that we break the silence and the stigma associated with GBV? How are we going to do that?
Thank you. I think there's a one way we can look at doing that. Especially what I've seen is that men that abuse their partners sometimes break to their friends, or their friends can see, other men can see what's going on. But as men, we have a tendency to say, I'm going to mind my own business, I'm not going to call out my friend. Can we start calling out abusers? And I think that's where we start in terms of breaking the silence, calling out the abusers. We know them, we see them. However, we keep quiet because we're trying to maintain peace, or we're trying to maintain a friendship. I think the moment people that abuse others can feel the isolation that they put others through, they have something will shift and something will change. And I think the second thing that is important is we need to start having different conversations with our children, because that's where it starts. What kind of awareness and teachings are we having in our household? It is ensuring that our young boys know how to treat women and our girls know how to stand up for themselves. Without being arrogant, but knowing what are my rights, what is it that I stand for, what are my values, what is it that I will not allow, and what is it that I will allow. Because I think there's a lot that we can do within our own household spaces, because these are the tomorrow's adults. These are tomorrow's adults, and if I look at society at the moment, if I look at our young girls, if I look at our young boys, I'm really worried. And I think as parents, as elders, we have lost something. And we are a generation that probably overcompensate to our children, yet we do not teach them to be responsible adults in the future. So let's start having different conversations with our children at home.
I personally hear about that. Several people know, especially we're talking about the absent fathers. I heard a statistic, I'm not sure that's verified, that as many as 60% of children grow up without the father figure present.
Yeah.
So we've got an enormous problem. I know we don't want to just hear about problems, but we do have them. And and as I said earlier, each of us as an individual has the ability to do something, not in your role and in your job, but you as a person. I've made it my business to be an activist. That's what I do. And everybody knows in my family, wherever I go, that's what I do. But you also, in terms of your environment, even if you raise awareness, even if you say, this is what is happening, because it just gets worse. I mean, we're not even talking child sex trafficking, which is, by the way, the fastest industry growing in the world. It's overtaking the drug trade. You know, we're not even we're just talking about us and what we experience and what we do. And our responsibility as people, as human beings, like you said, the one that don't speak out and say, no man, what you're doing is not okay. For men standing up and saying it's not okay, that is something we can all do, you know. And I want to ask, because I know Sue's saying we're running out of time, we don't have a lot of time to talk, but if you can just somebody say to us from our panel, and I know you're doing great work reducing that, if we can start sharing the stories about the consequences, for example, of absent fatherhood. Some strategies that you could suggest to leave our group with, that you could suggest that we can do not just say with 16 days of activism to go forward and say, but I as a person, I'm going to do something. What would you recommend? What would you say would be a strategy for us to go forward? Who's going to answer?
Thank you. I guess maybe let me weigh in as well in terms of the strategies I think we can adopt in trying to really move this particular topic forward. As someone who's a father to boys and a father to a girl, I think I have the responsibility on both sides. One, to ensure that I'm the proper father figure to the daughter, make sure that she learns how to take care of herself, that she doesn't necessarily have to subject herself to in the future to anyone, and that starts with me, right? And most importantly for me is really imparting this to my boys. Tsepo, you spoke about it. Not only to my boys, but also in the society, the space that I find myself in. I come from Eastern Cape, in the village there. How do I teach those boys that we take to manhood, that actually, it stops with them. As they become men, they need to kind of become allies to their sisters, to their mothers, to everybody who's vulnerable within the society. And also, I think for myself now, to my boys, it takes the small acts that I do with them for me to change them and prepare them to become better men. Because for me, that's the proper strategy. When I go to pick up their mom at the airport, I buy flowers, I give them to give to their mom, right? They must know how to express love. They must know, I must create that environment. So in my little corner there, as a father, that's what I do to ensure that I bring up, boys who are going to become men in the society. In my culture, we say, because I'm Xhosa, right? So we usually take boys to the mountain for them to become men. But we always say this: at the end of the day, boys do not become men at the time we take them to the mountain. So as a call to the fathers out there to say, when you are bringing up boys, the manhood doesn't start at the time when they become 18, 19, when you take them to the mountain to become men. It starts from age 0 until they actually become men. And I think you've spoken about it for us to become those particular role models. So in my corner and in your corner there, that's the strategies that we need to employ in order for us to change the face of gender-based violence.
Thank you. You're reinforcing that it starts at how Nambi develops now. Ecolony. This process, you're going to say something, Sepo?
Thank you. So, from an organization perspective, our core focus is influencing positive change behavior, right? So, when we design a program or a resource, that's our focus. Our focus is not necessarily their community, but it is the family. So when we write a movie, a film, or whatever, we are looking at into that family. Now, and we have learned that role modeling is very important. Today's Friday, on Wednesday, we are sitting with our research team and they're giving us data and they're telling us that while doing research, they're interviewing primary school learners and we're having young girls complaining about young boys, the fact that these guys are touching us inappropriately in class and in the corner. And what we are then trying to find out, where did they learn it? Where did they learn it? Then two, I spoke about Amakotman. We then said, okay, we want men to start committing and saying, I want to be a social father. So there are men who may not have the children of their own yet, but you are playing a fatherly role. And you then say, become a social father. And while doing that process, we are intentionally saying, how do we upskill this man in particular to say, how do I handle myself, how do I behave, and how do I conduct myself? Because we have learned also just looking at the data that also, you committing to say, I want to be a social father. By virtue of being a man and wanting to mentor young people, there are a lot of disadvantages in that sense because of certain data and stats from a harassment perspective. Right? But lastly, the biggest thing I think we can do is to say, creating the spaces for one, the conversation to happen, but also to learn and unlearn. But also one of the things that I always encourage people to do is that never compromise on principle. And unfortunately, that's where we are as society. We compromise on principle. If you believe on something, stand by it. Stand by it. And unless we fix that, we are going to continuously find ourselves in this vicious cycle. Why? Because we are creating a group of people who are always willing to compromise. So that's what we need to do. Role modeling is very, I like what you're doing to say, when I'm going to fetch my wife at the airport, my children are there, I like what you're doing to say, no, Chief, you're going to make breakfast for us. That's role modeling. Right? Now, lastly, it is very sad that worldwide we are having more men committing suicide. The question is why? The question is why. And if you are then able to create spaces, somebody once said to me, men don't talk. Like, you're not where men are. There's no problem. We don't talk at the spa. We talk. It's not that we may not talk at the church, we may not talk in such a setting, but we talk. If you go to a shopping now, men are talking. How do we use spaces like that to become spaces of learning and unlearning? That should be the goal. That should be the goal. So I think role model, whether you're a woman, you're a man, male, female, irrespective of your gender, role modeling is important. We learn by observation. And if you are going to think we will call teenage men to lecture, not going to treat people right, they will learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. We have more time for another response, and do you want to wrap up?
I'll give you 4 minutes, yeah.
Okay, who else is going to?
I think from my side that I will talk on behalf of local, provincial, and national departments to say that let's make sure that we play a role in terms of making sure that we support programs. Because if we don't do that, it leads to a situation where the women and children will be saying, what can I do? Because our leaders are not actually helping. So we need to make sure that we do that. And also another part that we need to, because I wanted to align to our presenter from Metropolitan to say that we need to invest in women and girls. That if they are financially independent, it will then reduce issues of this violence, because when a woman is empowered financially, they become then independent and can be able to refrain from facing those challenges. Another issue that I think it is proper school curriculum. Our children need to be taught about these problems at early stages, so that when they face it at the age of 9, 10, going upward, they can able to know how to deal with those issues. So those are my inputs in as far as us as leaders in government sectors can contribute and make sure that we improve in terms of dealing with these issues.
I'm glad you're saying that, because I was doing interviews recently with the National Shelter Movement. I just spoke to Dr. Zubaida Dango the other day. So we do need more support for shelters, because most women remaining in abusive relationships do so because they're financially dependent, they got nowhere to go. So the shelters need a lot more attention from us, a lot more support, more shelters. You know, there are no shelters in the north, only in the southern suburbs, and those that are there are in dire need of more support. So there's something we can all do. There's always something we can all do. But if there's one thing we can do, is for each one of us to start speaking out, to say it's not okay in your personal space. When you see this happening, to say what you're doing is not okay. Because then we can start and we can enable other people to come forward, to speak out, and to look for help, which is it's not happening because we've got the silence, we've got the non-reporting, we've got the perpetuations, the numbers aren't dropping. The HSRC report showing 1.5 million in the last year of known or generalized that's reported abuse, sexual and physical abuse of women. So we need to end it somewhere. Sue, are we ready to wrap up? Is there somebody who wants to say one last thing? Yes, Seppo? Oh, you want to say something?
Okay. I just wanted to say that can we also not forget where the causes are coming from our families. So we do some family intervention, because these children are being raised by broken, we are also broken in raising the broken children. So if you can also intervene in terms of family intervention, and also not forget to empower men, continuous service, empowering the men, because government now are focusing on empowering women, but they also forget on empowering men. And how are these men are going to deal if we are empowered and human rights and everything? And they go to police station, most of the men say, I don't even want to go to the police station and open the case, because I become a laughing stock.
Yeah.
The same men that they
you know?
Okay.
The men report abuse even less than women. They're much smaller percentage they still don't. Is that Hannah? Can we give one more? Yes.
Okay, thank you. My continuation is I want to talk about the issue of equality. That as men, we shouldn't look at the issue of equality as a declaration of war against our neighborhood in the household. Men of quality are afraid of equality. So we shouldn't look at the issue of equality as a declaration of war against us. It's just how society is going to operate going forward. We need to embrace it, because it's here to stay. The issue of patriarchy is fading. Try to avoid fading away. Yeah. So let's just embrace that and put it in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seppo, quickly, before we end, you've got one final word to leave us with.
So just in addition in terms of space, we have learned that sports, for especially young black boys, plays a very vital. So I go to school, coming from school, I go home, go AKC to play soccer, but then the coaches have a particular influence in the person that I become. So we have also intentionally established resources for the coach to then say, you are also a social father. Beyond you just say, do well in soccer, you are a father to this young person, because he might have a bad day from school. He gets home and probably the parents are fighting and he sees that. Then he gets to the training and he doesn't perform well. Then the coach calls him and says, already he's damaging him. So how do we also, as partners, as organization, how do we also empower these institutions that are hosting young people that they are empowered in creating a space that will allow young men and young women in particular to be heard, so that the spaces that we shape.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. Thank you all for your contributions. I'm handing back over to our brother Larry.
For facilitating that discussion. And unfortunately, we don't have more time. We've been an engaging discussion to have. So I'm going to ask now Mr. Loyiso to give us a commitment statement, and he'll be followed by Lucas Shiva, the commitment statement from the city of Joburg. And then after the commitment statements, we have Steve Brink to give the vote of thanks, and he nearby. Yeah, after this, two gentlemen have spoken. Thank you.
I'm ready. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, really, for us as the Momentum Group, Metropolitan Momentum, there is guardrails. I wish you could see the way we treat this particular time. From the 25th of November until the 10th of December, we really, even our screen says the control center. So what you see there is us actually making sure that we push the narrative. We really, as a group, become the ally of this particular event. And our commitment as the Metropolitan Momentum Group is that we are going to forever be an ally. That's number one. Number two, in our little corner, we're going to educate ourselves as much as we can in order to ensure that we push this particular narrative in support of the 16 days of activism, not only in statements, but also in doing things practically. Just as an example of the practical things that we do in this particular regard, we empower women, young women. I shared last year that one of the things that we're doing in our graduate program, we take on young women to ensure that they join our graduate program. After that, we place them. As such, we continue to do that in order for us to empower our young girls, because they say when we empower a woman, we empower the whole village. So it is within that particular narrative that we empower our young girls to become independent members of our society. We are also allies to the members of the LGBTQ community. We educate through our screens, our laptop, about this particular phenomenon, so that at least we tend to understand what it's about and what are the challenges that are found within this particular space. So as the Momentum Group, that's what we've been doing, and we're going to continue to do it, because in our little corner here at the Momentum Metropolitan Group, that's what we can do to empower our employees in order for them to ensure that they have the knowledge, so that in the society where they come from, they become better members of the society, understanding this and becoming really allies of this particular phenomenon and 16 days of activism that South Africa found itself in. So that's our really commitment statement. Thank you, Sue. As a parting shot, I enjoyed your polygamist book. Very nice. I read it. It's really intriguing. It actually allows us to kind of look at ourselves and really understand what's going on in our society. In many ways, I'm looking actually forward to reading some of your books as well. Thank you.
polygamous tends to be very popular with men. We hand over to.
Is it afternoon already?
Yeah.
Firstly, to see Masuku, representative from the Catholic Life, esteemed guest speakers, panelists, and all internal and external guests. I greet you all, and I'm honored to be speaking in your presence today. I'm here actually to give a CoJ commitment statement, and I understand before you as we come together to launch a campaign that is deeply personal to many of us. And today we are here because we believe in the world where everyone person, no matter their gender, background, and identity, has the right to live without fear. So, GBV is described as any type of harm that is perpetrated against a person or a group of people because of their sexual or perceived gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity. All of us have to do is to watch the news, be on social media, and read newspaper to see how this harm is a daily reality for so many of us. So this violence is not just an issue of law or statistics. It is a human issue that many face in silence. Behind every number, there is someone we may know, someone's mother, a sister, a colleague or friend. So this makes this campaign not just about raising awareness, it is about working together, making real change that can give someone renewed strength, courage, and hope for a different future. It is about a shining light on the devastating impact of gender-based violence in our homes, in our community, our workplace, and beyond. So in launching the 16 Days of Activism campaign here today, we as the city, we offer more than words. We are here to offer support, a collective commitment to break a silence that too often surrounds gender-based violence. As the city of Joburg, we pledge in steadfast and resolute that we continue to prioritize the safety and well-being and dignity of all city employees, and that every person is treated with respect and equality. We will also ensure that the city employees have access to safe spaces, counseling, medical and legal assistance, and support. And we will also continue to collaborate with various departments, entities within the city to mobilize our concerted resources in fighting and partner with community organizations, civil society groups, and key stakeholders like Metropolitan Lives to organize and build impactful programs. And we are committed to organizing, hosting, participating in important discussions such as this to understand how gender-based violence and toxic forms of dominance are perpetuated and explore how this can be prevented at a grassroots level. I think I spoke about this issue to say we also need to make sure that the school curriculum are also catering for program like this so that our children can learn about this program at the earlier stage. So that will actually influence our policy as well as legislation so that we do have policies and legislation that are robust and deal with issues of gender-based violence. Ending gender-based violence is not a task that can be accomplished by a few. It is a responsibility that belongs to all of us, individual, colleague, and as a community. We can no longer remain silent and turn a blind eye. We must all commit to being voices that amplify the stories of those who have been silenced by violence. We must be the ones to offer help, to listen with empathy, to advocate for those who may not be able to do so for themselves or others. Today, I also want to speak to those of us who are experiencing and have survived gender-based violence. To you, I want to say the violence and harm you have experienced is never your fault. You deserve to heal and live a life filled with peace, dignity, and respect. The change we are advocating for must begin with each of us. We start in our homes, in our schools, and in our workplace, and in our community, where we need to create safe spaces where individuals feel valued and where they can seek help without fear of judgment, stigma, and rejection. I believe that if we can create a future where gender-based violence is no longer a reality for anyone, a world where gender-based violence is no longer tolerated, where everyone feels safe, respected, and valued, a future where safety is never a privilege but a right for everyone. I want to thank every one of you who have supported the campaign and who believe in power of change and believe we owe society our commitment, our action, and our voices. Thank you, Program Director.
Okay, we come close to the end. I've just been asked before we close the vote of thanks that if there's anyone in the audience who would like to say something, who wants to make a contribution, please feel free to do so, and online as well. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to say something, please come through.
I don't need, I wanted to say, Madam Program, that I may not need the mic. Okay. Am I audible enough? It's in online people. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Rudy Peterson, and I'm from UJ, and it's an honor and privilege to be here. I firstly need to acknowledge my counterpart from the city, Dr. Makubela, you can start me sitting in front, for this very, very profound partnership. Just for those who may not know, this event that we have here today is part of the memorandum of understanding between the city and the university, of which usually we pride ourselves that is the most prolific partnership, notwithstanding the other universities. We do have a forum with this and UNISA on, but this relationship is very, very strong, and I'm proud to be sitting here. Prof. Davis, thank you so much for making, when I knocked on your door, to facilitate such a very important thing to heed to the call. Thank you very much. So the point I just wanted to make, you can clap that I see those clapping come so subdued. I'm wondering now. Thank you, Prof. Corday. So for this, one comment I did wanted to make, having listened to all the comments around here, I don't want to repeat. I don't want us to go back to conversation number 2. I think we've heard enough, and thank you so much. This was very, very deep and scholarly, if I may say so. Very scholarly. We may not all be the professors and the doctors and all, but what you've said today to the speakers was indeed, I think Prof. Davis will agree with me, very scholarly. So having said that, the one thing I just want to bring to your attention, you see you've got all these campaigns. In October, we got Transport Month, 16 days of activists in December, Women's Month, Youth Month, and all of that. But the challenge we have, as a nation, we have what that problem in South Africa of a lack of integration and cohesion. Because we do so much, but sometimes they don't talk to each other. And that's the problem with government. Government does all things, but it doesn't filter down to grassroots. It's because it's not integrated. Now, why am I mentioning that? I'm certainly mentioning that because now I'm thinking about back Women's Month. That Women's Month, although the theme is different, Women's Month focuses on women's issues. As men, we bear no indifference to that. It is true. But I'm just thinking, I'm sitting here and listening to that. that you have men that must be part of the conversation of GBV. And if you don't have men there, you're missing the point. So I'm sitting here thinking, I once went to an event on Women's Month. And as I came here, I only found out afterwards, the organizer did not expect men. So we were about two men with one female. And the organizer was as if we were surprised. There shouldn't be men in this room. I said, my goodness, I help, you know that emoji? I'm sure we all know that emoji. And I'm just thinking, when we have these events, we must be cognizant of these things. These things have subtle messages. So men need to be part of the conversation of Women's Month. So all organizers, when you organize that event, don't only think about it's women's issues, but men have got a critical part to play in that women's issues. So I'm thinking there that, yeah, we did the right signal. There are men talking about what is our role as men to counteract this scourge that is there. And men is, in many instances, at the center. The perpetrators, etc. A lot has been said about it already. But I just think men needs to be part of the conversation. I want to turn the tables around and encourage us when we have Women's Month celebrations next year. Men must be part of that conversation, just like they are part of this conversation.
Okay, anyone else with contribution? Online? Is anyone checking online? No, there's no contribution.
I'm Brian Connolly. I work for Metropolitan. This is a very issue to the world, not in South Africa only. GBV. I don't wonder why it is happening. Because I don't say, as men, we are the perpetrators when we're not supposed to be. Because tomorrow is Saturday, I'll be taking my car for a car wash. I love it so much. It has taken me from my home to here. So it is my way of life of living, part because of me. So I want to say to my wife, you are part because of my journey. Whenever we get married, the day when we're going to part, you must be part because of my journey. So maybe the love that I have to my car, you must exceed the love that I have to my wife. So I'm saying to all of us as men, let's do things positively. I know that we seem to be in a bad line of life, but let's bring positivity on almost everything that we do to progress in this country that we're having. And I just wish for those that have been victims of this GBV or gender violence, get yourself some space and have peace and live life the fullest and not have to pay the pain that we carry, because we really carry this pain, that pain again the generation we are living as human beings. I just wish we can find a way of saying where we are at a world where we have no GBV, where people want to be loving and happy and doing things progressively as human beings, not like anyone else. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Bobby Magnus. I'm COO of this Foundation, and I'm also the media personality. I just want to say I'm happy to be here because I'm seeing a lot of men who are all about gender-based violence as well, who are actually even against men doing, acting against women, especially in terms of gender-based violence with the women as well. So I'm like, this is very interesting for me. And I normally host, I normally also host panels like these ones. And I'm very happy to be here also, to be hearing all these people talking so greatly and profound. So I'm just saying, let's just continue with this gender-based violence and stop it. It's very serious in our country. And I like the fact that men also want to be part of August, which is Women's Month. I just like what I heard from the men over there. Thank you so much. And I really want to be part of this all the time moving forward. City of Johannesburg, I'm here, I'm available.
And now, as we come to the end of the program, we're going to cut the ribbon as a symbolic gesture for the partnership between CoJ and Metropolitan. So I'd like Lucas come up and see us.
Taps?
Oh, you're just gonna.
The big one.
Ah, you gotta undo the rope.
Oh, undo. Oh, yes, from side to side.
For the rainbow, the pipe. No, I haven't. Yes. Submitted to this. Okay. No, I haven't. I'll check it this maybe it's it's been hectic since this.
The link is this side. Yeah.
Community rights awareness month. Community rights awareness month. So they were bringing the there's a wet key and support there. Yes, these. One of these.
You want to come in?
I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I actually was there. I remember I was.
All right, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude today's event, it is a bold privilege and honor for me again to extend the thanks on behalf of the City of Johannesburg. So firstly, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our program director, keep it up. You've done a good job. Your excellent leadership and seamless facilitated integral success of today's proceedings. Your warm welcome and steady guidance have set the stage for truly memorable events. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Councillor Loyiso Masuku, MMC for Group Corporate and Shared Services, who left earlier, and hopefully she's actually attending online, for her remarks. Her insights have reinforced the critical importance of our collective efforts in advancing the gender equality and women empowerment. To our Executive Mayor, Councillor Dadamurero, in his absence, express our deepest gratitude. Your unwavering commitment to gender equality and empowerment of women within our city of Johannesburg is both inspiring and motivating. I would also like to extend our right thanks to distinguished speakers who have enriched today's program. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the presence and active participation of each and every one of you here today. Your engagement, questions, shared experience have greatly enriched our discussion and contributed to the success of this event. As we depart, let's carry forward the insights, inspirations we have gained today. May we continue to work together to make gender equality and women empowerment not just aspirational goals but lived reality. Thank you once again for your time, effort, and contribution. I wish you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chiban. Okay, I'm going to also ask Queen Madawan from Metropolitan to give us a vote of thanks. Please don't rush out after she's given the vote of thanks. We've got some goodie bags for you at the back. So please stay and receive one for your attendance and patience. And there are also books for sale. So don't leave empty-handed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I'm not gonna do a vote of thanks. I think that already has been done. I think from my side, I just want to extend, gratitude and appreciation for the city of Joburg for inviting Metropolitan to be part of this auspicious occasion. I think this is a subject that touches all of us and where we can actually contribute to really appreciate. And I just want to say thank you, Sue, for really doing an awesome job. We have a gift for you. I thought this was important, but like I said, I'm gonna try and fetch it. This is a total appreciation from Metropolitan. Thank you very, very, very much. And I think it's not every day, that we get people that commit their lives to actually changing those of others. And I just want to say thank you, Paul, for the work that you do and creating awareness, around this very sensitive subject, but also making sure that as a community, we are able to find solutions that can better support and help women in this country. A little appreciation for us as well, for you. And I think, lastly, it's not always easy to share your story. It touched me. I could feel the emotions, and I think in the room we could feel the emotions. I just want to say to Osisale, we thank you for your bravery. We thank you for being vulnerable with us. We thank you for sharing your journey and your story with us. I believe that through telling our stories, we heal others. So I hope for people that are online this week, this is a part of our healing journey. We're healing each other, but also we heal our community. So it's an appreciation for us to say thank you. And that's it from me. Thank you very much. I think for everyone in the room, there's a gift for everyone right at the back. So everyone is getting a spot. Thank you.
Yeah, is that one of the it was on.
Okay, no problem.
Police, sorry, I forgot about we forget something very important. Probably everyone is wondering, are these people going to feed us? The East Lunch, that has been the East Lunch that has been arranged. Aletta will be coming with the lunch vouchers, so you will each get a lunch voucher to go to a canteen and be able to grab yourself some lunch. And I think for the panelists, lunch will be served for you in G23. Yeah, thank you.
They give it to us. I told you that we are getting rich. I know this one. You can be very strict. No, it's just good, but it's done very well. No, we're eating. Okay.
you.